Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end.
But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by no man.
Do women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game.
In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all-black communities around these racist ass white people.
Who's to say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
If that's your opinion, we'll be able to be billionaires, have Maseratis, all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than a black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope. And we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's better.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of them.
Women, don't miss your blessing because he makes less than you.
You wouldn't date no man that could only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies? Love, Dana, Q, none of y'all?
No.
And they should.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not going to say it's difficult. And you can take it how you want, but I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding the one that's, compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely. We all got them.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow.
Wow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like come
How
on.
did I
You just gonna act like
You gotta
No, you have to explain.
Wait. So
How
you
did I
got a
disrespect
degree.
HBCU?
You went to a HBCU. You got a degree. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7-1.
So my thing is with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion.
So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Could be missing a tooth. She'll smile at you. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas. We're not going to
Let him finish.
Let me finish.
I just wanted some clarity on a few things, love. And we having our picnic. Spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, B, I'll get back to you.
I want answers.
Other outside is human. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho.
DJ Hamp does it.
Yo. We back. DJ Henderson people in the building. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to everybody in the building so far. Wow. We got 80 people in the building. And we have. Let me see. I got the wrong chat up. We have 36 likes. Let's make sure the likes match the viewership so we can get it popping effectively. Hit the like button, man. Salute. Let me see you in the chat real quick and we can get it popping. Quincy, what up, though? What's goody? E-Dub in the building. D, what's good, Mark G? Hope all is well. Matreon, salute. He knows, what up? Wow. Mel, you already know. Salute. Like, share, subscribe, man. Anthony Means, what's goody? Yeah, man, we had a good time on the music stream, man. If y'all missed it, go play the replay, man. DC was shaking. Young Money in the building was popping. Yeah, God bless the dead, bro. John the Baptist. Wow. Hint, you work hard like the Gen Xers, and you smart like us. It's just sad to see an old head like you forget you one of us! Exclamation point. Perfect. Gen Xer for life. I'm a millennial, but I ain't forgetting. I'm actually bringing it to the forefront, man. Salute to John the Baptist for the first 20 ball of the day. Fit. Rebecca, good to see you once again. My brother D Majesty in the building. Mike Davis, what up, kid? How you, man? Hope everything is everything. I got Quincy already. Got Rebecca. AC, what's goody? Good to see you. Young Money. Okay, we got Young Money. Mahogany once again, man. Down South perspective. What up, though? Is this Down South? You change the name of the podcast itself? Miss Jilly, make sure I say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Salute. Michael was good. I don't know, baby. So Zon, what up? Calvin, that's why I love you. Appreciate it. Frank White was popping. Damn, the old heads windmilling already. Boy, Shalom. What's up? DirectionCYOP.com, my brother Vet Life, man. Make sure y'all go to DirectionCYOP.com. I know y'all got paid today. Love She, what up? GA, what up, my G? Riri, good to see you. Miss Bell's in the building. Salute, man. Bartholomew Israel, man. Hit the like button. Call me Queen T in the building as always. Salute, my sister. Appreciate you. Dan Lee, what up, though?
Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm a little under the weather. We're gonna make it pop, make it happen, man. Insane. Good to see you, man. Good to see you in the last stream as well, man. I see you in the month of Sundays. Hope everything is everything. DJ Riff in the building, of course. Nooch was popping. How you, man? Good to see you, bro. Welcome. DJ Smoke, of course. How are you? Black Seinfeld, Shalom, Aki was popping. Snuggles, I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope everything's everything. Elijah, how are you, man? Good to see you. You know what I mean? Zagu was popping. Was goody. I need the old heads to the front of the congregation today, man. Kiki, and we back. Dottie with the 2 pounds. Going to be a great show. I agree. Elijah, appreciate you, kid. Appreciate the The love is real, man. Shaw was popping. Yeah, I got to. I appreciate you. Dion, what's goody? Good to see you, man. Say hi to everybody. Okay, we good. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. This might be risky. We've been grinding, man. Make sure you join the Discord this weekend. It's tons of fun. We got 2 movie nights. We got horror movie night. We got regular movie night. Just salute to J. Ali, who also made the promo for Atlanta, who been holding it down. If you don't got nothing to do April 4th through the 6th, please make it to Atlanta. You will not be disappointed. You heard? Mind Your Own Business on Sundays at 5 p.m. God willing. It's a literally crash course in entrepreneurship. So any question that you have can be answered by Love C for sure. She got a great support group around her. Omar, I know a little bit, but she is a savant when it comes to teaching people how to get it for yourself. One thing she said that always stick in my head: I'd rather work 100 hours for myself a week than 40 hours for somebody else. Think about that. Think about that. You know, we have a live book reading on Thursdays, which is Toxic Thursdays in the Discord. So people be having fun, but also we're reading through a book that allows people to better themselves, right? Mentally. But as opposed to asking people to read, because we know that if you want to hide something from niggas, put it in a book. C literally does a live reading for said book, you know. So definitely get in there. We got Anime Club. The anime brothers be acting wild, bougie, and all that, but they cool though, right? But they be judging you if you don't know that the different warriors that be fighting each other come from different worlds and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, apologies, bro. Like, I didn't know that they making up planets to create warriors. You feel me? But Anime Club, 4 p.m. on Saturdays, be lit. You know, the video game club is popping. We got to revamp it a little bit. We got to revamp Smack as well, but a lot of dope shit happening in there, you know? So get familiar, man. Get familiar, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button. This entire week, salute to this might be risky. This entire week. Oh, this is what I want to plug. You see my hoodie, man. richbully.shop. Let me share this website real quick. This is my brother Sean Antonio's brand, man. He blessed me with this hoodie. It's fire. This hoodie right here, right? You wear a thermal with the hoodie, you good for the winter. But also, it's light enough to wear. It's definitely a spring, summer nights hoodie as well, right? Obviously, you see the color. The fabric is amazing. You know what I mean? I got the patch here, the Rich Bully and all that. You know what I mean? I washed it 4 times. It's good as new. Let me show you the website real quick. I'm going to put the website in the chat right now. Hold on. Let me put this right now. So you see my shit. I'm saying I'm shining. I'm saying we all shining, you know? So that's the website. Click on it. Cop you something, man. You send me the receipt. I'm going to send you a free This Might Be Risky shirt, man. You know? This shit fire. I got the yellow, but he got all types of different colors too. Hold on. Let me show y'all real quick before we get it popping. And y'all already know we got the directioncyop.com, but I'm going to make sure I feature different people who be doing a thing. So this is the one I got right here. You know what I'm saying? It's the red boy right here. You know? He's shining. Feel me? Fire. You know what I'm saying? For the ladies and all that. Rich Life. richbully.shop. Shop the latest merch when you can, man. All right. See, it's a new updated website. So, as opposed to spending on Gucci, spend it with your people. You know what I'm saying? Chanel shirt right here for the ladies. Fellas, don't even do it. Man, I'm on your ass, pause. It's for the ladies right here. richbully.shop. Jay Ali, you're a little late. But you're all right, man. You see the promo to Atlanta? Jay Ali made that for me, you know? Shit, fire, bro. Fire. We got a whole bunch of people in this community grinding, doing a thing, bro. Doing a thing. We don't do none of the bullshit. Saying we just have dope content. You know what I'm saying? We grinding and we building together. You see my Rich Bully shit? It's fire. Let me know, man. Send me if you cop, send me the receipt. What's up, Action Jackson? What's up, Rock Solid? Sean in the building. J.R. Lee, of course, man. You know, I'm gonna send you a This Might Be Risky shirt on top of it, man. And no extra charge, you know. Let's get it, man. Let me show the website one more time for the hood. richbully.shop. richbully.shop. All right. If you want to keep it real, if you want to show me love, pay full fucking price, bro. You know what I mean? I might have to get this one too. All right. All right. Let's get it, man. Support. And y'all already know the direction CYOP, of course. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you tap in. Tap in, tap in, tap in, tap in, tap in, tap in. Prime, what up? Samuel, Shalom. Yo, Mr. Thompson, I'm doing my best, you know? But yeah, man. So look, the whole week we've been talking about the youngins. They said the young boys 18 to 25 haven't approached a woman in person. You know? And a large part of it is the landscape. But the landscape that was created by several things, right? The landscape was created by COVID, the Me Too movement, conduct, men leading with money, and etc. We judge the young boys a lot because they ain't approaching women, quote unquote. But we never give them the benefit of the doubt. And then we tell them shit like, well, put cologne on, bro. Just be funny. Just be yourself. Is that disingenuous though? Just be funny. Just be yourself. Just put cologne on. Just make her laugh. This ain't just shit, right? We the fattest country in the world. Luzon, that's for just be rich. I did it. That shit don't help nobody. Right? Motherfuckers say this, right? Niggas go up and down or talk about the conduct of women and how it's unbecoming. We talk about how we get ran through the system when it comes to the kids, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to divorce. We talk about how men, our consequences are laid upon us. We're held accountable by society, no matter what, right? We get dog walked in the court system. Our penalties are real punishment. They ain't worried about rehabilitating us. They worry about punishing us, right? We lay all that out there, right? While layering that on the point where we say the conduct of the women is unbecoming, right? And then we tell the young boys, fuck as many women as you possibly can. It's oxymoronic, right? The advice doesn't make sense. It's like having cognitive dissonance. If it's that dangerous, why would the advice then be make sure you just get access to women and sleep with as many as possible? It's easy for us to sit here and say, hey, brothers, young brothers, abstain, right? Of course, it's easy for me to say. I already been outside. I already smashed a bunch of chicks and still managed to win. So the brother's like, so why the fuck I can't do what you do? You did because you won in the end. But it's dumb shit, bro. We painting a picture for the youngins like what I did is what you're supposed to do too. But look at what we're talking about. We talking about how ill the landscape is. We telling them don't get married, right? But then go fuck a bunch of women that we say have poor conduct. Go fuck a bunch of women that we say lead in STDs. Well, do we understand that we saying so much shit at once and it doesn't reconcile? I'm gonna tell you this, right? From me specifically, right? Having sex with a bunch of women, it was fun. It felt good and all that, but I can't tell you what my gains were aside from just pleasure. And if pleasure is enough, cool. But what happens when you find a woman you're supposed to be with? This the part that niggas don't be telling you though. Most niggas should be with one woman, period. Most niggas should be with one woman, period. All right. That's the part, Rock. You get with the woman you know you're supposed to be with. She had your kids. She'll hide the burner for you. She hold you down when you in a clink. Right? She a real one. And you know that the landscape is shit and piss. You know that the dating pool got shit and piss in it. But you done experienced so many women, you become insatiable. Right? You gotta fight off what Rock said. The demons try to nope, not her. I gotta go straight home. Because now your appetite. This is what happens when people with everything. When people start traveling, as an example. Once you travel, you go to a dope country, motherfuckers keep traveling. Boom, 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 boom. It's like it becomes like a not an addiction, but very, if not an addiction, adjacent to. Right? And this is what we got to understand. So when we look at the state of our relationships and the state of our community, right? Yo, it's fucked up. Decatur like tattoos. It's fucked up. But we saying so many things at once. We saying, yo, you get fucked during divorce. You get done dirty with your kids. You get done dirty civilly in terms of child support. We say that the world deals our consequences to us and we're held ultimately accountable. Nobody fucking loves men or cares about men. Right? And then we'll tell the young boys, y'all niggas is scared. I said it 1,000,000 times. Right? We say, go have sex with a bunch of women, and then we'll say, but these women lead in STDs, just FYI. Right? Think about that. Go have sex with as many women as you can, but be safe. Right? Wear your Jimmy. But do the Jimmy save you from herpes? I just got edified on the stats say that most 50% of the women had herpes. What we doing though? What we actually saying to the young boys? How much do we actually fucking love them? How much do we actually care about them? If it's hypocritical, so be it. Don't do what I did, okay? The benefits don't outweigh the cost. In the moments, everything kosher. Right? In those moments, if you make it through, most high willing. But in the event that you don't, you got women that you making babies with, leaving kids by themselves for 4 fucking years in a house alone. You sleeping with women that's willing to let 2 babies freeze to death. 2 babies that's found with a pamper and a t-shirt and joggers. This the part we need to figure out, right? Because this what ain't actually funny, right? This is what happens when the young boys think they know, because they getting so much advice that bumps in that doesn't reconcile. I showed y'all these verses before, right? It's in Timothy 3. The bishops, the clergy, the deacons was recommended to have one wife because they were the leaders of men. Mr. Jones, I think you might be new here. Which is good. And I'm glad that you're here. But if you ask the chat who really put in pain outside, I'll be one of those people. Right? In a bunch of different ways. You feel me? So, yeah, I'm sitting in my comfortable seat right now. But I street teach. I mentor. I coach high school football, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad to see you, beloved. Glad to see you. So it's just different, bro. Look at this, right? Look at this, right? Let me show y'all this right here. Let me show y'all this. So, y'all seen this update?
They're accused of abandoning her.
CJ, here's what I'm asking. Yeah, he'll get familiar, right? He knew a family, right? Yo, CJ, let's take this walk with me, beloved. Take this walk with me. I'm not saying what the young boys are saying. I'm saying what we are saying. You see? I'm saying what we are saying, CJ, not what the young boys said. I didn't even get to that yet. Take this walk with me. Okay? Yeah. So let's watch this.
3 children home alone in horrific conditions for years, appearing in court today. Our Jordan Burroughs, he joins us now live from the 50th District Court in Pontiac. Jordan, what's the latest?
Lauren literally just left the 50th District Court right now, and I can't really downplay just how disgusted Honorable Rhonda Gross was with the alleged actions of the mother, Kelly Bryant. She set Kelly Bryant's bond at $250 million. And she says if Bryant is able to pay that bond, she is not allowed to have any communications with her family. You're now looking at the mugshot they were able to get of Kelly Bryant. She is 34 years old, and she is facing 3 charges. That is 3 counts of first-degree child abuse. She allegedly neglected her children in her home for years. What you're looking at now, or about to look at too, these images are graphic, but these depict the living conditions that Kelly Bryant's 3 children were allegedly living in. The living conditions of a 15-year-old boy and a 13 and 12-year-old girl. Mold, human waste throughout the house, garbage piled as high as 4 feet. We heard overflowing toilets. Even the deputies said that the children reportedly were covered in feces. This happened back on Valentine's Day on a house on Lydia Lane in Pontiac after a landlord had called deputies to check in on them. We heard from them that Kelly Bryant hadn't checked in with the landlord since December, hadn't paid rent since October. Here is what the Honorable Judge Rhonda Gross had to say in court today.
My first knee-jerk reaction was to deny her bond. However, because I find her acute danger, I find her continued danger to the children. My main concern is I don't know who, if anyone, that the children have been given to. If it is a family member, I'm concerned that she still may have contact with a family member from the jail with instructions to continue to engage in fear tactics to forbid the children from cooperating with authorities in their continued investigation in this matter.
If Bryant is found guilty on all 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, she could face up to life in prison. According to the Honorable Rhonda Gross, her next court date is set for March 11th at 9 a.m., the probable cause conference here at the 50th District Court in Pontiac. Reporting live in Pontiac, Jordan Burroughs, CBS News, Detroit.
Yeah, heart.
Remember, fellas, right? This is what we say. It's hard to find a wife, right? He who finds a wife finds a good thing, right? Wives are rare. Her value is like the ruby back then. But then our recommendations don't align with the conduct that we say that the majority of women exude, right? So we have to think through it more thoroughly. We have to think it through it more thoroughly, bro. But what about the kids, man? That shit is diabolical. $250 million bond is, she ain't getting out, right? But that's how disgusted the judge is, bro. But what about the kids? All the old heads who was up here with me saying, yo, you can't help them, you can't save them, you can't give him back to them, don't matter. These young boys don't give a fuck. It's not true. But we do a lot of complaining about shit that we ain't trying to remedy. We make time for everything else. I swear to God, I've been hearing it take a village for a long time. But we so a part of this mind your business shit, stop snitching shit, no snitching shit. They fucking kids in the house for 4 years because everybody minding their business. Let me show y'all this, man, because this really pops out in my head. So this is a recommendation for the priests, right? So this is Numbers 8 and 24-26. If you don't subscribe to the Bible, it's fine, right? Just take this walk in terms of concept. This is that belongeth unto the Levites. So this is a commandment for the Levites. These are the priests of the Israelites. From 20 and 5, so 25 years old and upward, they shall go and wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Meaning they preach. They preach and they teach. And from age 50 years, they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof, and shall service no more, but shall minister with their brethren in the tabernacle of the congregation, to keep the charge, and shall do no service. Thus shalt thou do unto the Levites touching their charge. So here's what this means essentially, right? From 25 to 50, the brothers preach and they preside over all the people, right? The men, the women, the children. They give the sermons, they read the Torah to them, right? To teach and coach, right? After 50, they don't teach over the congregation anymore. The congregation is left to the young brothers of 25 and 50 because they resonate with the people, right? Now, in the tabernacle, though, right? In the temple, they converse with their brethren, though, right? So let's say I'm 30, I'm still teaching. I'll go to one of the older brothers and say, hey, OG, what you think about X, Y, and Z? What did you do when you met this, right? But these are learned men going to the older men for the wisdom and guidance, right? But the older men take a step back, right? And they help advise the men who are in charge, who take the mantle, who's out there teaching and coaching now. Because messages start to fall flat. People they start to resonate less. But this is not how you think it is. This is not how we try to do it, right? No, Mark, I'm not blaming the whole community, right? It's just it's a segment, you know? So how you see how it's different, right? Oftentimes, old niggas be trying to tell young niggas what they supposed to do. how they supposed to do it, how we got it right, how we got our drawers on the outside of our pants. But let's think about this though. Who's the women that they dealing with? The young boys. Whose daughters are they dealing with? The women that they complaining about, the women that we all complaining about, the young boys, who daughters are those? My oldest daughter's 16. Whose daughters are they fucking dealing with? Because let's do the math for real now. 30% of us are married, right? 30% of our kids are born in wedlock. Okay? So that's 30% of women out here with fathers. All right? Take this walk with me. 30% of these women have fathers, right? Because 30% of the children are born in wedlock. All right? Now, so that's 30%. Now, 70% of our kids are born out of wedlock, right? But do you remember the stats? 53% of the 70% don't have fathers. So 47% of the 70% have fathers. So what's 40? So out of that 70%, if 40% of them have fathers, what's the math on that? That leaves another 32% of those girls that are born out of wedlock that have fathers. Right? So out of that 70, 32% more have fathers. Exactly. Thank you, AC. So now you add that 32% that have a father in a life, even though she was born out of wedlock, and then add it to the 30% of kids that are born in wedlock. So in actuality, 62% of these women have fathers in a life. Exactly, AC, right? 62% actually have fathers, a father figure, somebody impacting them. So now, when we start talking about that out of wedlock shit, and then we also use the stat about the survey where black men were considered the best fathers, right? And so 62% actually have fathers. Now the conversation switches. Now it changes a bit, right? Because the culpability of men looks different now when you do the math for real. And now you got to say, okay, well, 62% have dads. But the young boys are saying, yo, these women out here are different. They wilding now. What we doing? Men, us, fellas. Think about this. Who tricking? Who tricking on the young girls? Rilla was popping. Rilla, I love you. Wolf among sheep was goody. Think about that, y'all. That's the math. 62% of these women have an actual father figure. And we saying the majority of the women out here ain't worth a damn. Brittany, what's up? Come on, fellas. Let's process this shit for real now. Let's really have a conversation. Shit getting spooky. It's getting dark for niggas. It's getting dark for niggas, right? Let's talk about this. Who tricking? Who tricking, y'all? How much bread did you have when you was 20? When you was 25, 26, 27, 28? How much bread did you actually have to trick on something? Chris, what up? We ain't had no money. We ain't had no bread. Who tricking on the young girls? They got them thinking that the young niggas is supposed to pay for and buy for everything. JG, what up, kid? The broke genius salute. We ain't leaving out shit, beloved. We ain't leaving out a fucking thing. The women, we drugged them all week. I'm talking to my brothers right now. Let me show y'all this. Who you think cash apping these young girls? Let me show y'all this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel to know. Be original. What up, kid? What's up, baby? Let me show y'all this. I have my young boy up here. Make sure y'all go see Jay Stanza if you can, man. Jay Stanza, dope. He up and coming. He got 50,000 followers on Instagram. This is what he had to say. He 27 years old.
Ready, come get him. All they gotta do is go in the DM. There's dudes that sit in women's DMs for years.
Just waiting.
Just waiting.
Just breathing.
Just breathe. Like, please pick me one day. You lame, dude.
You think the majority of men is on that type of time?
Bro, especially the Gen Z. Bro.
Gen Z doing that?
Gen Z and the old head dudes, like 50 plus, these dudes be they be in the comment section. I be seeing that shit.
Yeah. So what you think? Like, who you think the biggest, let's use, even though this term is kind of used out of context a lot, we can use it for the sake of the conversation. Who you think the biggest simps are? Like, what generation?
The old heads, dude. I'm sorry.
How old is old?
Like 55 plus. Them niggas, I can't stand them motherfuckers, bro. they need to come get their ass, bro. Take their phone. I'm sick of that shit. I'm sick of that shit, bro. They get on here talking about, hey, young fella, when you meet that one, like, shut the fuck up. You had your time, and now you trying to come back and shut up. When you get that one, you lock it down, brother. I don't want to hear that shit. We living in a different time. They trying to project that 1990, that Boys to Men shit on now. This ain't Boys to Men. Let it snow, motherfuckers. 2025 is different.
Damn. So you think that the millennials probably do it the best then?
Hell yeah. What, bro? The millennials is the last hope to get the Gen Z. Like with me, this is the last hope. The old heads, they gone, bro. I don't even know what the fuck they talking about no more. Because they don't even be outside. How you gonna tell me?
Yeah. So they said the millennials. Are you a millennial? No, what year were you born?
97, 97.
So the problem is, right? They trying to date these girls, but these girls got these expectations because old niggas is tricking on them. That's what he said. He outside. He a rapper. He in Atlanta. He coming up. He dating. Like, what we doing, man? Is it time for old heads to shut the fuck up, man? Should it flip? You feel me? Should it flip? Should you say the old like in the Bible? The young nigga say, yo, it's what I'm dealing with. And then the nigga actually be honest. Right? A nigga actually be honest. The nigga say, yo, nah, Brittany, I coached 100, 200 boys that play football in college. You know what I'm saying? Should the old head to be honest, say, yo, marriage is hard as fuck. Being faithful is hard as shit. Yes, my wife argue and fuss. Yes, she got a similar mindset to what you see. Yes, I deal with disrespect. Yes, I deal with insubordination. Yes, she cool sometimes. She the woman I'm most willing to wake up in the morning and argue with. Or do we keep saying, nah, this shit don't happen to me, B? Nah, I got my drawers on the outside of my pants, B. I can't show you my wife, though. 70% of black women is obese, including her. Like, what we gonna do? Now, there's levels to everything. You know what I'm saying? Right? There's levels to everything. We got all the answers set for it when we come to ourselves. Y'all see? Vet was here. Vet hold me down every day. Journey hold me down every day. DJ Smoke always here. Right? I have my wife up here. What she say? She want it all. She want me to work. She want me to spend all the quality time. She want me to play with the kids. She want me to be romantic. She want me to work. She want me to work. I pay all the bills. I still gotta be romantic. I still gotta pay all the bills. I still gotta play with the kids. I still gotta do all this shit. She say, I don't know why we want it all. We just want it all. Mr. Ray, did I say she want me to work? Right? They compare cooking, which include eating out 3 days a week. They compare all that to me would be willing to kill and die. Like Mr. Fantastic said, in that order for everybody. The end goal don't matter if she ain't happy. Remember I told y'all she was up here, right? Quality time ain't sex. Yo, you can't make it up, bro. You can't win. Right? She say sex don't count as quality time. I say, wait. So if you try to withhold sex, what if I don't pay that Pilates bill? That ain't fair. Sex is connected to my feelings. Yo, bro. Yo. Perfect. Right? Right? Well, who gonna do it though? Let's be honest, baby. Let's be honest, man. What we doing, man? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hey, Wolf, right? You know what? I'm feeling away today. Nigga cuss you out on the street. You know what? I ain't protecting you. Right, Wolf? My feelings is hurt. I'm not paying your phone bill, baby. I'm not paying for Pilates this month because you hurt my feelings. It don't work like that. Me and Trigger Mike was talking on the stream one day. Trigger Mike gonna tell me a ghost story, talk about his wife wear Lululemon and all that, but she wear a big shirt over her shit. I said, Mike, a Lululemon outfit costs $200. She ain't wearing no in my white t-shirt over that, brother. Come on. Yo, I'm just saying, bro. Have we been selling wolf tickets or what? Have we been telling wolf tickets what? Let me read these super chats real quick. I'll bring my brothers up. Dottie with the 2 pounds. It's going to be a great show. I got Elijah already. Jay Johnson, salute my G. I see you. My brother Jay Johnson became a member of the family. Welcome to the family, Cuzzo. Key been a member for 16 months. Perfect. You want to talk about locked in, bro? Kiki, I love you. I appreciate you. Kiki was in Houston, had these niggas carrying her bags and all that. He said, "Hamp, keep shaking the table. I got you." King Jers, what up? King Jers been a member though, right?
What up, buzzing,
Uh-huh.
Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Jerice with it to us. So, Hamp, would you say old niggas gotta go? Nah, it's not about gotta go. It's about placement. It's about purpose, right? It's about allocation, right? You have to be allocated correctly, right? So everybody has utility, but where they're slotted in placement has to change, right? Who should get the floor, right? That's the key, Jerice. Who should have the floor at this particular time when things being pertinent now? So I haven't even said real numbers, but we were saying older people aside from what we saw in Numbers, the book of Numbers chapter 8. But we can get down to the numbers though pretty quick. Jerice with the 2000s. I thought we were making this up, Ham. Nah, I remember last time we did the stream, I listened to y'all. Aaron, CJ was popping. Perfect.
Mic check real quick. Mic check.
You good, man. What you think, bro?
You want to go first, Aaron, or you?
Nah, I pulled a CJ today. I got notes.
Man, CJ, what's goody?
What's good?
Hood things was popping. Remy was popping. Miss Bells, what up? Go ahead.
So I think the premise is off a little bit. The old heads are not telling the young bucks to go have as much sex as you can. The young old heads are telling the niggas, go get married, go find the right one, go find the one in the needle in the haystack. She's out there for you somewhere. And some of the young YNs are listening. Some of them ain't, feel me? Or I'm saying, all right, no sums. I think the majority.
Slow down. Now, let's go ahead and put numbers on it.
Go ahead.
What age range is saying go get married?
I'm gonna say about 35 and up.
You're saying go get married?
Yes.
The leaders. Come on, CJ. Come on.
Don't be obtuse, Hamp. That's what I believe. That's what I'm saying. Feel me?
Well, you believe. Do you know the etymology of the word believe?
No.
Okay. Lie is in there. So if you ever hear me talk about what I know to be the truth in terms of the Bible, you always hear I say I know. I know. Never.
All right, well, this is what I know. This is what I know.
See? Now see you fucked up because you know big dog barking.
Brother.
Because you know niggas ain't saying that, bro.
Fantastic is the outlier. He's not the majority of the men.
And that's the thing, right? We have to, and that's why I left numbers out purposely. Who's saying that? It's probably 45 and up, 50 and up.
Right, well, I'll go to 45 and up.
45
I'm
and
not stuck on certain numbers, but
No. The numbers matter. That's why I didn't say nothing about numbers earlier. But if you notice, biblically at 50, it's saying, yo, all right, y'all sit down.
Hamp, do you have the
chart? Down. Hey, oh, sorry, Aaron.
No, let CJ finish.
Hamp?
Hold on, Aaron.
But they not sitting down. They want to talk the fucking most. They want to interject the most.
I know, but you see what I'm saying? Now we have to make sure we structure the age ranges. So who's saying, yo, get married?
I'll give you 45 and up.
I think that's a little bit more valid. I would say probably 50.
45. I'll give you 45. 45 is decent.
I would say 50.
But then, all right, so they telling niggas to go get married. But like I say, that's not men's game. Like, so why are they trying to convince us to get married? It's a ridiculous concept when it's, first of all, marriage is not the laws of marriage right now. It's a losing contract. You're losing.
That's not true.
I believe it is.
No.
Oh, I know it is. I retract. I believe.
Well, you're using the wrong terminology, right? Let's make sure we use the right terminology. The laws in divorce are a losing battle, right? The laws in marriage are pros for men, right? So that you get more You get more when you are married. You see what I'm saying? But the laws around divorce is where we have an issue,
I give
right?
you that. I'll give you
You
the
see what I'm
laws.
saying?
Give
I
you
just want to
more.
see you
Yeah,
the
I'll give
right.
you that.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll give you
yeah.
that. But and I think the women don't even really want to get married. Like when they want to do their thing, live their life, and when they get older, then they see they shit. The hill is coming. They want to circle back and pick one of the losers that they couldn't get. I mean, that they wasn't trying to get really when they was younger, and now they're ready to commit to him. So we losing. Oh, this is what I really want to say. So the especially all right. So I was at the casino, right, dealing, and the engaged couple came, right, and they said that my money is my money and his money is our money, shit. And his face wasn't like he didn't laugh, but they was laughing. And I'm like, this is why men are losing. Because we've been letting women get away with this shit, this dumbass saying, my money is my, like, if my girl work outside of the house, she is not keeping all her fucking money to herself. This is ridiculous that men allow this shit. And that's I'll stop right there and let my boy Aaron get in. Off.
Well, before Aaron gets in, we kind of just went to the women, right? We were actually talking about the advice in terms of what the old men are telling the young guys. Now, the divorce rate is 50%, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So now let's break it down a little bit further, right? Because y'all skipped over the fact that the majority of these women actually got dads, right? Now, so divorce rate is 50%. We married at 30%. Women initiate shit like that, right? So what about the other 50%?
So, wait, ask the question again for me, please.
So we're looking at 50% divorce rate, right? I think that's damn near the number. Somebody put in the chat 50% divorce rate.
But is it higher for black people?
It's 50%, right?
Okay.
So 50% divorce rate. Women initiate divorce 70% of the time.
Okay.
Why do we ignore the 50% that's married?
Ignore them how?
Well, we say the divorce rate is 50%. So if it's 50%, well, then there's 50% who
that made
are
it.
also.
Well, if it was a 50% chance that you would die if you walked outside, would you say, hey, well, that's a 50% that lives, so let's take the risk?
It's not that stringent though, right? So this would be more. This would be more viable. 50% that the fighter you pick wins the fight. You willing to bet that?
Yeah. But that's why I don't understand.
Hold on, Aaron. Let him keep thinking. It's 50% that the fighter. Of course,
No,
the nigga
because
dying is
yours
different.
is not viable because that's just marriage is way more risky than just picking a fighter.
Okay,
A simple
so
bet.
is it
I
as
think
risky?
mine is
Is it
more.
as risky as dying? You have to agree it's not.
Damn near him.
Okay. Well, now think about this though. Think about
It's
this
more.
though.
It's more analogous to the.
Okay, hold your horses. Think about this though. What
like that video,
percentage?
that's what
I got you. I just want you to think about this before you answer. What percentage of marriages actually end in alimony?
I'm not sure.
It's less than 10%. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. So niggas is talking about alimony, but we know that everybody works in our houses. You don't got no woman that don't work. Hold on. Let's go step by step, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So when we look at that don't apply to 90% of niggas.
Agree, alimony don't.
Right. And so now what's the other thing? That'd be it, right? It'd be really about the money.
The process itself, like
about
divorce.
what? Like what though?
Like going through the process, the struggle you have to go through, the emotional fucking roller coaster that you get put on. The women, like,
okay,
it's more than just.
I'm asking, beloved.
Like, all right, meet you.
I'm asking, right? I'm asking. I'm saying, let's take this walk.
And don't stop calling me beloved. I don't know if I appreciate it.
Too late, nigga.
I don't know if I appreciate that, brother.
So I'm just looking at the risk, right? And that's the thing, right? So this is actually a good point, kinda, right? So what it would be is it's not a loss of assets, but if you acquire an asset that you buy with her, because 9 times out of 10, consider everybody goes 50, most relationships, everybody working, you probably needed her money to acquire that asset, whether it be a house or a car. If you split with somebody, don't you split the assets? Any business does that.
Okay, so what about the effect that divorce have on the kids? And the like, you ever see how kids react to divorces?
Huh?
How the effect it have on the kids, the divorce?
Well, we can't use that, right? Because it gets negated by the stats that we leverage against single women raising boys and kids, right? So we always say single women have their kids have the most IEPs, their kids go to jail the most. So no,
Don't know about
marriage.
that.
I
agree
would
with that.
rather.
All right, that's a good point,
Yeah,
brother.
let's negate
Yeah,
that one, right? But
got you on that, big dog. Don't even trip.
But
Hey,
see,
you get the debater, motherfucker. I see you.
no, see, but look though, right? Because we just walking it down. This shit is not really reconciling once we go nice and slow. That's what she said.
But we comparing the effects. All right, go ahead.
Not apparent effect. We just looking at the effects, right? So now alimony only applies to about 10%. We don't want kids to be born out of wedlock. So if they born in a marriage in divorce, that's still at least they seen a level of construct, right? Now, when we talk about the kids,
We say that, but we say that. All right, we say that, but then we're saying right now that even the men even the women that have the men in their life are still acting a certain way. So are they seeing that's that level of cohesiveness, of compliance in the marriage, if they're still coming out with the same results?
I think it'll be speculative. I think it'll be speculative, but I can say, just concede that they're probably seeing a man and a woman in a household that's not conducive, right? But that man is there. They understand that that's their father that's married to their mommy, but at the very least they know that that's the right way to do it, even if they got it wrong. So now this one, right? See, and I lost my train of thought. It was the kid itself. When does the man have absolute rights to the kid?
When he's married, I guess that's it.
So
can you get absolute rights without being married? Is the question.
You have to prove it, right? So you have to go to court and get it, right? So as opposed to it being assumed that parental rights, essentially, you have to like get them signed off on, essentially. But when you married to her, you already have them.
I don't know if that
so 100%. If you married, you already have.
No, I agree, but I don't know if the pros outweigh the cons. Like, if I had to go to the court and get signed off on it, that's easier than actually getting married to somebody that's not that really don't want the best.
But see what you look at. But see, here's what you about to go to now, like child support, right? So either way, child support is imminent, right? So if you have a kid outside of wedlock, you have a kid, but at least you have your parental rights, right? So now people are fighting for custody and fighting child support. At the very least, that nigga's fighting just child support.
I got an example. My cousin, he has full custody. His baby mama's fighting for parental rights right now, and they was never married. So I think
he won. I think salute to your cousin. Would you agree that he's an outlier?
I got a cousin like that.
I agree. Yeah, he's an outlier.
All right, so let's throw him out. Salute to cousin.
I want to say.
Go ahead.
But it is possible to get the parental rights.
No, we're not saying it's not possible. We're saying that since Cuzzo was an outlier, it kind of keeps us where we're at, right? We can't.
But the thing is, I think the way he went about it is way better than if he would have married that young lady.
Except for he's an outlier. So all outliers do is prove the norm. They don't disprove the norm, right? Because they're labeled as outliers, they prove what's actually happening to the majority of people. Yeah. So you see, when we walk it down and we looking at these dangers, like, yo, what are we actually saying?
But I still don't think the pros outweigh the cons. I don't think that's the outlier part. I think him having a parental, I think that most men getting married to these women, the pros are not outweighing the cons. You can just go get the parental right. Yo, you saying parental rights. I think you go getting that without you saying it'll be too difficult.
No, like, I'm saying that the difficult, it layers a thing that's already difficult. That's all.
But what wouldn't you have to just prove that you are the father, which is a DNA test, which I believe you should go get anyway. So if you go get the DNA test, which you should go get anyway, and that's all you have to prove to the courts to get parental rights, then everything is
But
working
see,
out, and
but
that's
what
how it
you
should be done.
realize, right? So now you arguing something, right? But what you realize is like, what the fuck do we actually be talking about?
I ain't know what the fuck do we be talking about. Them guys like me.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you, son. That shit was kind of, you know what I mean?
No, motherfucker. Why get married if I go get parental rights without being
Well,
married? And
we
it's
just
easy. It's a better process.
So see, we was just assessing the talking point, right? But my key thing is the advice that we be leveraging to the young boys. Like, what is it that we be talking about, and what do we mean? Do we even know what we be saying?
Yeah,
Because most of these women got dads, bro.
Hamp just fucked me up, bro.
Yes, but they still not looking for marriage when we telling the young boys to look for marriage. That's where the premise is off. We need to stop telling the young boys, hey, go find the right one, when that's not what the women are looking for.
See, now you default into the shit that you usually talk about.
That's
Aaron, what's
that's the
poppin'?
truth though.
Man, you just said some shit that I think fucked up my mind, like, and I wrote it down in my notes, and I think I know why.
Oh, you got notes, Aaron, too?
Yeah, I'm getting old. I'm one step away from like.
Hey, I'm teaching niggas, feel me?
Got the
Hey,
note niggas up today.
I'm teaching my young boys.
For the other day, so you feel me? I'm one step away from You know, I gotta take my notes now.
All right, young
So, damn, Hamp was just mentioning like how it's a battle in the court system and all of that, and I wrote in my notes. I think the American court system is hard on men because the men aren't marrying the women that they're having kids with, and I really think like maybe that's why they be going in there like, all right, we gonna fuck up the men.
Wait, say that again for me, Aaron. Repeat that.
Most men that's going to court fighting for custody for their kids, right? They having these kids out of wedlock, right? So we know that the court system and the American way is marriage.
So wait, punish the men for that? What if the women are just wait a
if you
minute?
having kids out of wedlock and you just out here just seeding up a whole bunch of women, or even just one woman, but you're not married to that woman.
What if she don't want to be married to you? Why do he only get punished, but the woman? That makes zero sense, Aaron.
We looking at the history. We not talking about right now. We talking about the old heads, right? So where did the old heads start fucking up? They started going around and just.
That's not why child support was was implemented, though.
Bro, you forgot that one time that men got the custody of the kids no matter what. Why did that change?
Aaron, that's not why
I'm really thinking about it because the country, think about what Trump is trying to do now, right? Trump trying to bring it back to.
Just go to Trump.
Because think about how he said he's trying to make America great again, right? Listen to what I'm saying. So Trump trying to take it back to family, right?
Correct.
Okay, now think about it. America has always been about the family. It's always been about the husband and wife and the white picket fence bullshit. We all know that's bullshit. But then at some point, the men gave up on, just like the men started going around. Yes, bro.
That's wrong, brother. You're wrong.
Going around.
Aaron, you're wrong, brother. You're wrong. Child support was not implemented because niggas was getting women pregnant and they wasn't married, because men made most of the money, and if they did get divorced or something happened, and when in wartime and men were dying, the women needed child support. The women needed money, not because of the men were impregnating women and not marrying them. That's false. Second of all, why would you only punish one person for not being married for having a child out of wedlock instead of punishing both people? This makes zero sense, especially since
about the old heads. We not talking about our women now. We know they don't.
Okay, I'll stop on that premise. All right, I'll stop saying that part.
We know the old head women. They wanted to get married. We know them women back in the day was giving they lives to men. Let's not.
They were married. Aaron?
A lot of them wasn't, nigga.
Oh my! What was the marriage rate back then, Aaron? What were the marriage rates back then, Aaron? What was the marriage rate back then?
Real quick. Aaron,
So y'all keep saying back in the day. I just need a time frame. So you talking about the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the what?
I would say like the late 60s, 70s.
Late 60s, 70s.
We know they started having them wedlock kids. We know for a fact.
No, that's not even when child support wasn't.
Okay, I just want to set this up. That was the free love, free sex. That's when the feminism hit strong. So I think the marriages started to declining right around then. So for you to say like at that point we was trying to, the women wanted to get married. They was doing a hippie shit at that time. That was like late 60s, early 70s. So no,
black women
they
too.
got our women in the train, bro. Our women joined the feminism train, and they joined that movement, and it's still alive today. It's just on steroids. But
Have
my
sex
bad.
with free sex.
Get a idea of what era you was talking about. My bad. Sorry about that.
But I'm saying two things could be true. But I'm saying though the court system. That's what I'm saying. If men took marriage serious, right? As far as who you like, because remember, sex is marriage, right? So if you out here having kids with women and you're not married to that woman, to the court system, they looking at it like you need to be punished because you out here doing a disservice to the country. That's all I'm saying. Is it right or wrong? No, I never said it was right or wrong. I'm just saying, I think that's why when you go out here and you have a child out of wedlock and the girl decides to take you to court for child support, they're going to put you on child support. And I feel like men need to just stop pouting about the shit and just realize that, nigga, you made the choice to have that baby out of wedlock. That's all I was saying. Now, my next note is that the unks should be in charge. The unks should be running shit. Sorry, old heads. I think the number for old heads was like plus 45 or 50. I would say any man over the age of 50, you need to only give advice when asked for advice. Because some of them are good at giving advice, but for the most part, they're not. Like majority of them are not. So I trust my unks. That's why I listen to HAMP. I would listen to Fantastic. Zagu, how old are you?
You ain't listening to me, man, nigga. These young niggas talk about a time when they wasn't even alive, and that shit is cool. But I'm alive right now, but I can't talk about right now.
I said majority. That's why I said I didn't say all of y'all. But as a community, like let's say your age range was your community, right?
Which most of it is, because I
give better advice than most old heads. Yes, the unks give better advice than most old heads. So Zagu, I might be able to trust you, but just because of your age, don't mean I could trust everybody in your age range. That's where I think the disconnect is coming from. Okay, old heads, it's like a badge of honor. I remember I said this streams ago when I was on the stream a long time ago on HAMP stream, and I said the old heads feel like when you hit a certain age, and it goes for us too. Because I'm a big bro, and now I feel like, oh, I'm a big bro. I had to realize that don't give me a badge of honor to look at the young niggas and be like, yeah, I'm older than you, so I got and I feel like that's the old head's biggest downfall. I feel like once men hit a certain age, they feel like, nigga, I've been here so long, I got the wisdom, but sometimes your wisdom is wrong in certain cases.
So I get that a lot, Aaron. You know what that comes off at sometimes?
You might give 100% perfect advice, but in your age range, there's a lot of fuck up.
Aaron, can we respond to what you're saying, bro?
Go ahead.
No,
first of all, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, your first premise was off because marriage rates increased in the 60s and it reached a peak of 70. Reached a peak in 1972. Then they fell from 1976 to 1977. They start falling. So your premise was off, brother. This shit is crazy. I agree with you about the old heads, kind of, but women. I mean, I guess we don't want to talk about women now.
Yeah, let's not talk about the women. We talking about the men.
Aaron,
so
let me say this right quick. So all right, I could agree, but like I was saying yesterday when we had the stream, it's like midline in each generation. So like the younger, what do you call them, silent generation, they kind of started getting a whiff of what was best. They passed that on, and then the boomer generation a minority of them, but that minority started to grow, was passing on the good information. So then when it came down to my generation, I was born in the 70s, 73. So I grew up, I wasn't 10 till like 83. So I grew up in the 80s and 90s. So for niggas be talking about, oh, nigga, you don't know what the internet is. Nah, bro, I knew all of that shit. I had all of that shit coming in, like people be clowning. And I surround myself with people generally my age. That's who I kick it with. Some people a little younger, some people a little older. And maybe that's because we have a like sentiment that we don't speak on things that you speak on. But what I see is the disrespect, and it's appalling. It's like, okay, because I've experienced something and I'm trying to pass on some wisdom or whatever I see maybe wisdom out of a situation or event, which is similar to something that, say, one of my young heads may be going through. For you to turn around and say, what did you just say? I don't want to misquote you, but it was like basically not shut up, back up, step back, because I don't know what I'm talking about. But
nah, it's like I said, majority of them need to sit back and wait for somebody to ask them for advice, because the message is getting through better from the unks. The unks would be what, late 30s to mid 40s. I'm gonna be honest, as a late millennial, because me and Hamp, see, and that's another thing. The whole generation thing comes in two folds, because Hamp is a millennial, but he comes from the early 80s. I'm early 90s.
That's my point.
How I look at Hamp, even though he a unk, Hamp generation, I could say majority of them gave better advice than the old head generation. That's what I'm saying. So when it comes to the old heads,
what advice did my generation give out? I'm just trying to get this figured out.
A lot of fucked up advice. I'm not gonna lie.
Happy wife, happy life didn't come from us like y'all tried to say.
I know it didn't come from y'all. But
so what advice did we give that was like, you know,
I think the old head generation, because then I would say that the old heads go past that, but I would say like around your generation, I would feel like y'all was trying to figure it out. Like,
y'all damn near talking about some niggas that's dead. Like,
no, we're talking about y'all generation, Zagu. Zagu, you straight.
70-year-old niggas, 80-year-old niggas.
You just told me your age. You like,
I'm 50, bro.
Yes, and we talking about y'all, Zagu.
Niggas stands to say yesterday.
About y'all
niggas don't be outside. What? My door don't work. My car don't take gas. Nigga, I'll be outside.
We don't be personal. It's not.
Yeah, I see the women y'all talking about. I don't date them. I don't trick on them, but I see the women. I see the behavior. I see, like, I got social media.
You're taking it personal, Zagu. You a real nigga. You a real nigga. But most of the old heads that's your age is they be.
Zagu, you don't lie. You see me in the chat calling you OG. I be like, you right and all of that. You one of the niggas that we could listen to. But maturity, if you was hanging out with 10 niggas, Zagu, I probably listen to like 2 of y'all niggas. Cause y'all niggas is Ed.
This be the problem. But Zagu, what just happened? That's the issue, right? When the young niggas, when I was on the panel with a bunch of youngins, right? They was like 22 through 28. And they say, no, Hamp, shut up, nigga. This is what happened. I'm like, okay, let me shut up then. But then we be trying to be like, nah, nigga, I knew I was outside, bro. They didn't have switches. Shit different. Like,
were you able to relate to what they were saying? And was there something that you did experience in your life that you could have gave advice to anything that they were saying that would have been helpful or useful?
Yeah, I could have offered edification once I was edified. So once I received all the information, then I could say, okay, based on my previous experience, I have something adjacent to that you may be able to apply, but it's a recommendation, right? We be talking to them like, nah, nigga, this how you do it. Just put on cologne. I'm like, my nigga, like this. See, that be the problem. Like it's like we gotta listen first, and we don't be listening first. That's the problem.
I got you. I could say I might be one of those types, but I'm not one of those just put on cologne, nigga. Just walk up to her and be yourself type. Like, no, I don't believe that's the best advice. But I also wanted to say something that what Hamp was saying earlier. I wanted to get this clear. Weekend Dad is not gonna be the influence to make these young men or daughters like we were saying, because you were saying we raising them, right? So yeah, that the ones that's not married and not actually living in the home, you get more influence, but it's not enough to like fight the teachers, fight the fucking TV, fight their mom. If there's parental alienation going on, if she bad talking you got so much to fight against when you get your 3-day weekend, or if you happen to get this Christmas, which you don't even get all the holiday. I'm like, it's a horrible situation that you put yourself in. So I'm not gonna sit here and sound like I don't understand what happened.
Here's why I can't fade that. Because then we'll use the survey that says black dads are the most involved. So instantly when we leverage that survey, I don't want to hear this, I can't overcome shit. Because then I don't want to hear about the survey either.
No, the survey was just say that we're involved when they're saying that we're not involved. But nowhere did I say that the involvement of 48 hours when there's a whole 96 other hours available. That, you know what I mean? So that's all I was saying. I'm not trying to say that.
Exactly. I'm not leveraging that specifically against you, but here's the key: the most involved, right? And then it's used to show how well black dads father. I don't want to get here
how bad the other people are. If we're the most involved and we barely get enough to influence, then imagine how bad the others are.
So now are you saying that are you alleging that the other fathers just suck? So we suck too. We just suck less than them?
I was basing that off of our conversation, but no, we're trying. But yes, we still suck as far as the if you want to say the involvement's outcome on our children. It's getting better. But yeah, we've been doing a bad job. That's something we've been talking about as fathers. Yes, we definitely need to improve. We've been,
Okay, so the dads that are involved suck.
No, they don't suck. But the reality of the situation is that their influence only can go so far with what the kids are actually dealing with on a day, especially if you're fighting against the influence of the mom, which is berating the father's influence.
I understand that, right? But what I'm listening to is most involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you leverage that, right, to be a positive, I then don't want to hear that you can't overcome some woman. That's all I'm saying.
Or teacher system and school system and all of that, everything.
But you can go to the school. When I show up, the school get dark. I don't do no smiling, none of that shit.
I got one question.
I got a school story. They had to call the police to get me out of school.
That's what I'm saying, right? And they don't mess with your kids after that.
I got one question for Zagu.
And then move to Texas.
What age range started the weekend dad?
Bub, what up? Granny, what up?
Yeah, my bad too. I didn't even say what's up to the chat and everybody when I got on and shit. My bad, y'all.
Hold on. First off, this nigga try to Granny, stop taking your hands off the wheel, my nigga. You're not that good a driver, bro.
See, he's still holding it.
No, for real.
That seatbelt like a straight jacket, nigga.
What age range of black men started this weekend dad movement?
I can't really say started it.
It was my dad. I told you, he's 2 years older than you. It was.
I don't think that they started that. I don't think that we started that, because if you want to say that, no, let me just spit, because what I'm saying, Aaron, you got a dad, right?
Yeah.
And you said your dad, but I got a dad, and I'm saying my dad. So which era is it?
But I'm saying dad movement started in a certain generation. It started in a 10-year period somewhere.
I had to deal with. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to put my hand.
It was
on
always, bro. It was always there, bro.
You saying it was your father, right? And I'm saying my father was as well. That's what I was saying. So I'm saying it actually started.
It was always.
Black dads was always dads. So dads was always getting
weekend dads were always there.
And I think that's why.
It grew bigger.
Okay, when did it grow then?
But hey, this is the crazy. So I've been thinking about this shit, right? Hold on, stop. So I've been thinking about this shit, right? I think this shit has always been there, right? And it's just since niggas could take pictures and video now, and niggas could talk to motherfuckers across states and shit since they got stamps and all that shit. Now we just see it on a bigger scale, but this shit's always been here, bro.
Brandon, y'all arguing a moot point, right?
Right.
Yeah, this shit really don't matter. Weekend dads don't matter. The problem is niggas that good age need to shut the fuck up.
That ain't true. That ain't
That's the
true.
issue.
Don't listen to that.
Nah. Listen.
Y'all
Because
niggas just need to listen more.
Listen. They got the five coolest old niggas here, bro. They got Hank. I'll throw Zach in there.
Hank is full of shit.
You got Rilla.
Hank is trash.
You got Rilla. I even throw Trigger Mike in there, even though that nigga only 2 years older than me. He looked like he's 52.
What about Rick?
Yep, Uncle Rick.
Look, real world.
Like,
I think I'm breaking up. If you look in the real world, niggas your age is whack, Zagu. Y'all know the niggas with that dumb shit. And just so randomly, the 5 decent niggas in your age group found YouTube. It's just that simple. The 5 decent niggas that can actually give some type of advice found YouTube. The problem with y'all 5 niggas is though, y'all niggas was sending fucking postage stamp fucking and shit back when y'all was our age. Like y'all niggas just got a cell phone in 92? 92, bro. Yeah, most niggas my age don't even know what a house phone is.
That's good or bad?
It's just different, bro. It's a hell of a lot different.
But let me tell you something.
And these bitches savage.
The problem is though, the young niggas, they spending money because them niggas is lazy. That's why I tell them niggas, bro, you have to be the woman's first option if you really want her.
Let me call you back, nigga. All right.
Lazy. What you mean lazy?
They don't want to get in shape. Well, he say they're the most in shape, but
no. See, this what I'm saying, bro. This is why I gotta slow y'all down.
And the old niggas
black men, aside from them little, it's my bad. The little Asians are the least obese.
The least
black
obese
men
means what?
That means that we white men, Latino men are fat.
White men aren't listening. White women aren't listening to white men.
No. You said late.
I'm saying the least obese means what though? Because if they're all fucking fat,
lazy,
if they're all fat, the least obese could be 60%. HAMP.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this though, right? We talking about our people, right? We talking about lazy. All I'm telling you is, right? There's work being done somewhere. You just had the young boy with you.
Yeah. It's fat though.
I'm not going
to Uncle CJ. He getting in shape, but my young buck was fat. My young buck was fat.
Outside of drill music, if they get rid of drill music, that'd be them young niggas would be the best batch of young black young niggas.
That shit ain't going nowhere, Aaron. Stop. Y'all gotta stop. See, this the problem with y'all old niggas. Now I'm with the young niggas.
You are old.
It's the problem with y'all old niggas.
Old nigga,
nigga. Niggas say this. 50 say, he said that everything that happened to me is part of God's plan. So at night when I talk to him, I got my gun in my hand.
Yeah, I know.
Don't think I'm crazy that I don't fear man. I fear when I kill a man, God won't understand. I got a head full of evil thoughts in my Satan. What the fuck you think drilling is? You think they just made that up?
Yeah. So I do retract the lazy shit. I do retract the lazy
CJ Hush. Nigga say, if a nigga steal my chain, let me finish rapping, nigga. If a nigga steal my chain, I feel his pain, but I'm gonna pill his whole block till they squill his name.
Yes, nigga, we know.
What the fuck do that mean?
That means niggas been drilling way before drill music, country, Las Vegas, nigga.
So look, all right. So the old niggas done taught the young niggas that
Yo,
tricking.
bub, talk to this nigga. Hey, palm my back, nigga.
All right, but let me hear bub, because my bub is my nigga. Go ahead, bro.
Yo, you know I'm listen to none of that bullshit CJ be talking about, man.
Shut the hell up, motherfucker.
CJ be spewing some bullshit.
Bro, that's why that hat about to fall. I mean, that
yo,
beat
bub,
about
you
to
a
slide
right?
right off, motherfucker.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yo, I'm definitely an unk, and I'm proud of it, yo.
Yeah, shout out to the unks.
But peep game though, because y'all was talking about the whole like relationship aspect earlier, right? Like that's one thing that when I'm talking to like what I consider like a young boy, like I don't really spew no relationship talk to them, even though I'm married. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because I feel like I, I feel like I feel like when you young, you supposed to get your shit off. All right. So why am I going to spew some shit to you not in my late age that I knew I was doing the same thing you doing at your current age? So like I feel like I'm not going to do that, because I feel like everything you're going to go through with women in a relation in your early years with your little baby relationships, that shit gonna make you a better man. It's either gonna make you or break you. You got to go through that on your own. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I'm speaking to individuals in my same age group, other people that are in like real dedicated relationships and marriages, cool. We can build on some shit. But I'm not gonna be running around telling a young 29-year-old, 25-year-old dude, nah, yo, you shouldn't be doing this with women. You shouldn't be doing that to women.
Do you think?
Now hold on. Let me get my shit off.
Real quick, Bub. It's gonna help.
Nah,
Do you think most old heads are like you, Bub, or not?
do I think? Nah, based off of what y'all saying. But here's the thing, right? If y'all not listening to them, who y'all getting y'all information from? YouTube characters?
Listening to them. No, most niggas listening.
YouTube characters? Who do y'all look up to? Who do y'all take real information from and hold on to it and build off of it?
What age?
You know what I'm saying? If you go back and listen to every time I came up on this channel, right? Even when it comes to like employment, like yeah, I speak to a young boy about employment because I know if I put you onto something you might not be thinking about now, that could really help you in the future, as far as like a trade or some shit like that, getting your hands dirty early in the game. But I'm not going to spew no bullshit to you at a young age and say, oh yeah, listen, if you go out and be a teacher, you'll be rich by the time you 45. I'm not gonna give you no bullshit ass information like that. I'm gonna give you some real shit that I know about. You know what I'm saying? Get into the trade. But I'm not gonna spew no relationship shit to you because I knew I was doing young dumb shit too. But I got that shit out of my system by the time it was time for me to actually really settle down and get married. And I'm here now. So that should be tearing my heart up when y'all be like, oh nah, y'all old heads be spewing out some bullshit when it come to women in relationships. Yo, where y'all get that from, yo? Where y'all getting this bullshit from? Come on,
another question. Wait, do you think when niggas have a bunch of sex when they're younger, do you think they get it out their system or the thirst become unquenchable?
Well, what's a bunch of sex to you, CJ? What's a bunch of sex?
Do you think niggas get the shit out of their system when they do it a lot younger, or is it becomes unquenchable?
Well, all I'm saying is you better off getting that shit out of your system while you young, or you're gonna have a problem when you get older. You know what I'm saying?
Hell nah, Bub. Let me tell you something.
I agree with Bub, man.
No, bro.
Disagrees.
Let me tell y'all, think about this.
I know why I asked that question, because that's his premise.
This is the analogy that works better. When you find food that you like, do you stop eating it?
Yes, after you get enough of it, you get tired of eating the same
CJ, it's not for you to answer.
Okay, Ham. Okay, Ham.
Saying it, right?
I see you going.
You see what I'm saying? So if I try something and I like it, right? I may not eat that food every single day, but it's in my palate to, hey, I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna get that another day, right? So if I try sushi as an example, right? I may not eat sushi every day, but I may have a craving for it because I had it before and I liked it. That's what this is. That's what sex is with women. It's not about I had sex with enough women, now I'm good. No, it's like I tried this food, I like it. I tried that food, I like it. I tried this food, I like. That's what actually happens to men.
True.
I disagree.
But hold on. No. He right. But then, because y'all was talking about relationships earlier, you start getting into relationships in like your early 20s or whatnot. In 5 to 6 years, it depends. If you moving around, if you got like a new chick like every 1 to 2 years, you gonna somewhat figure out what the fuck you like and you don't like. You ain't gonna fuck with what you don't like later on in life. Because you're gonna be like, yo, I seen this shit before. I ain't fucking with shorty. She's a bird. Her socks is dirty. She not clean. She not nice. She rude. She not compassionate. She not, you know what I'm saying? So you ain't gonna want to deal with that later on in life. So get that shit out of your system early. That way you'll know what type of woman you want to have if you want to have kids around your kids, raising your kids, nurturing your kids. You don't want no bird raising your kids. Come
But
on, man.
you know what doesn't help you with that, Bub? Sex.
Fuck around and have a kid.
She could be whatever. She could be doing all that other shit. And I'll be like this. All right, cool. I ain't gonna be on no huggy bear shit with her, but I'm still gonna smash her.
But here, true. But you know what? Early on, you said this shit on eons ago. We gotta show dick discipline, homie. I know it's hard, but we gotta show dick discipline, right?
That's what I was saying earlier. It's like we give bad advice, and then we say the women is ass, but be safe.
Y'all niggas don't.
See, Bubs, you just caught you up. Bubs, you just gave bad advice. No, I'm not trying to say that, but based on what we're saying, and you don't even give advice to men about women. But see, we just be having these conversations, and that's what I think they be misconstruing. We just having a conversation.
I said young men. I said young men.
No, I know, but I'm saying
niggas in the corner
giving advice, but that can be considered as an old man now. A young nigga telling you now, you old head, sit down or whatever. But I'm just saying, we just having a conversation. So
let me teach.
Even when you were saying you can fuck around and have a kid, so telling him to go ahead and get it out of the system, he could end up being a teenage father or anything, because young niggas ain't responsible. So that's the only reason why I was saying that's not the best advice to give a young nigga. He fuck around and have 2 kids before he 20.
So peep game, I come from the era where, you know, the OGs, my uncles, they had, you know, multiple girlfriends, wives across town, all this type of shit. Like, I come from the era where my uncles is in maybe 10, 12 years older than me, and we linking it up, and they like, yo, yo nephew, yo, I got a nice piece of ass. I'm about to go over there right now. You trying to roll? You want to hit that too? Now, see, in my mind, in my young mind, it's like, yo, wildin'. But that could either went both ways. Yeah, come on. I'll go do that with you. Or I could have been like, nah, yo, I'm good. So now, like, yo, you see what I'm saying? So that's why
which way did it go? Is the question.
That's why I don't do it. That's why I don't do it. Because
this directed at Hamp and Bub. Y'all niggas don't gotta tell us about y'all shit being outside. Nigga, me and CJ are big bros. We were right under y'all niggas. We see We seen what y'all niggas was doing. We seen all the hoes.
Seen that shit. I've seen my big bro. Big bro was outside, nigga. My big bro was outside. That's my main point. Aaron, real quick.
Why you talking at the same time?
I know, because imagine me seeing my big bro outside the way.
My hoes, nigga. We seen you. I could look at you and tell you had the hoes, nigga. You look just like my uncle, nigga.
Aaron, imagine me.
Y'all not listening.
Imagine me sit. Aaron don't want to listen. He don't want to stop talking.
Yeah, when I first met you, when I came on camera, I said, "Yo, you remind me of my uncle, nigga." Y'all niggas, I know y'all niggas had hoes. You don't got
Aaron is spinning right now. Thank you, Aaron.
With y'all
niggas?
It's about perpetuating, right?
Oh my God,
y'all gotta listen. Y'all
shit, man.
But yo, y'all gotta listen, bro. Y'all gotta listen, right?
See, hey, this is what we talk about with the old heads, huh?
No,
y'all always say listen, but y'all don't be the ones listening.
No,
and you're not even an old head. You just a unk.
You
a big bro. You big bro / unk. But you see, you getting there. Hey, you almost getting there.
I'm saying slow down, right? The things that we choose to perpetuate are unhealthy, right? And they get men in dire straits. So you think because we made it through, we're going to advise somebody to jump into a pit of snakes also, right? That doesn't make any sense. Being a married man, understanding that monogamy is the hardest thing a nigga will ever have to do if he choose to do it. And then you've experienced so many women that it makes it much more difficult, right? That's what I'm trying to advise being in this seat, right? But here's what would happen. If a brother was getting married and he's younger than me, right? And he respect me, gonna say, hey, what you think about XYZ? That's when I give a recommendation. You understand? But I'm building rapport in conversations like this to where my word is trustworthy so that they come to me and ask me for actual advice, right? Oftentimes what we do as the older generation is tell niggas what they supposed to do, knowing good and goddamn well we ain't do none of the shit we telling them.
I feel
that's how you got to frame this shit if we want to be effective. But let's do this, man. Aaron, you done enough, to be honest.
Wait, hold
Let me
on.
get it. Let me get
You're
it.
right,
No, I want to get new guy. I want to get Lee. Now you know this. Hold on. Pardon me, my nigga.
My boy Aaron
Now
is
you
on
know
one
this.
today, man. Aaron is on one
The
today.
hold on, y'all. Now you notice the unks have such great decorum. Look at Lee sitting there, chest up, hell high. You know what I'm saying? He got a haircut and all that.
He's a big bro. He's a big bro.
He got the new beats in. You see the new guy got his gray beard out and all that. He ain't using no just for me. You feel me? Why don't y'all? God damn it. New guy was popping.
Oh my god, man. Aaron, bro, you hear me trying to talk with you, man.
Aaron, what's up, man?
Aaron been going crazy.
One last thing to you, Hit.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Hold on, I got it, man. Come back later. Let me get mine outside. You know,
Yo, new guy, them two motherfuckers won't stop, bro.
They rumbling, man. Relax, man. It's Friday. Relax.
Not just, man. Have you over there windmilling? And Buzz came up
They were right under.
Yo, Aaron,
we both started talking at the same time.
Yo, Aaron,
what's going on with you today, brother?
No, Aaron, I'm just saying that shirt collar give me a taste for a BLT. Never mind. Go ahead, new guy was popping.
Hey, so
turkey bacon though.
Hemp kind of just gave me a dope segue. I wrote something down as y'all were talking because I'm thinking about the disconnect that we always seem to kind of talk about between the young and the old, right? Trying to understand what that is. So I want to pose a question because I feel like what each younger generation does is they look at the environment, they look at the results of what their observed reality is, and they say like the old nigga that's trying to tell us how to be and how to be better, the environment that we have suggests that you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, particularly like when you go to the hood or places where like the economics of the area might not be the best, right? And so you got these old men that never left the neighborhood and they trying to advise the younger boys who are coming up in and trying to figure it out for themselves, but they saying like, "Oh nigga, how you gonna tell me you ain't make it out? You ain't make it." I think that's somewhat misguided because I think like particularly like in America, like the way we look at success to determine like who's the leader, who a lot of times is like kind of attached to like finances or like economics. But I think that disconnect comes because sometimes they just feel like the old heads, they haven't won, they haven't achieved anything. So how can y'all guide us on how to be and how to go? And I don't think that's correct because I think everybody has valuable information based on their life experience. Some of it might work for you, some of it might not. But I don't think it's smart to just totally dismiss what people who have like walked through life to just dismiss what they have just because they're not successful because of whatever. You can learn something from everybody. You have to have your own filter to figure out like what's actually important for your life. But the idea that like older men just have to be quiet, that don't really quite make sense to me. And that's and because I grew up around old fools too, but I could look at them for what I needed to say, okay, I can take this piece of information while also observing that ain't how I want to be 30, 40 years from now. I had the ability to do that, and I think most people do. So I don't understand like why we're trying to promote like this idea that certain people got to be quiet and certain people can talk. Like all the information is necessary.
If you gotta,
but I also think
one more thing. Not ask no questions.
One more thing, but I also think what's important, what's also missed or undervalued is communication. So when I hear like the younger guys say it's easier to talk to like an uncle or millennial because I think our communication style is a lot more similar to them versus like older guys. My grandfather was a man of few words. So, and a lot of men his age didn't talk. So it was kind of hard to connect in that way.
Brothers, people got to understand, be concise. Go point for point. If you see somebody shaking your head, say, hey, what did I say right now that you disagree with? Instead of trying to get your whole shit off. Like, we got to stop doing this shit as brothers, man. We just ramble and ramble. Like, come on, gentlemen. And I forgot what I had to say. Now I forgot what I had to say because you ramble a lot.
Now
You
you
just
rambling.
long-winded, brother. And I
You
respect
rambling
you,
now. Come
Rashad.
on, TJ.
But CJ, you always just kind of talking like spurts. It's very difficult to like hear like a complete like idea of what you have. It's always just from what I experienced. You're always kind of just combating somebody else's thoughts, and you got a point that you want to. But it's not much of a conversation to understand the complete thought. Because how you already know you don't agree with something because you already got this prescription that you kind of.
No, I address everything as you. That's why I like to interject because you say something in real time. I disagree with it. I say I disagree with that. But instead of letting people interject there, you say, hold on, CJ, hold on, let me finish. And then you keep going on a 5-minute dialogue or monologue. And it gets
cool.
lost.
So
It gets lost. Your own points get lost in the. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, okay, well, that doesn't work for you, but it's like 5 or 6 other people.
But that's how you should have conversations are had with a back and forth, not just being a monologue. Did you just want to get your shit off or to have a real back and forth and wonder what other people were thinking about it?
Again, you're the only one that's saying you weren't able to do that, CJ.
I was the only one out trying to, because niggas just sitting there like,
New guy, let me put it to you like this. Since football explains everything, like Hamp likes to say, right? So everybody that play on the college level don't make it to the NFL, right? So being an old head to, I would say, the big bro and the young nigga generation, a lot of the old head generation, and I gave grace, I said 50 plus, not 45, I say 50 plus. A lot of the old heads can't make it to the NFL. Just straight up, their advice is flawed. So we will listen to a Zagu, a Aaron, a Kasim. We'll listen to what y'all have to say, but to say listen to niggas over the age of 50, that's crazy.
That's well, I guess for
Yo,
you as
that's not, yo, Aaron, that's not crazy, yo. I'm not
slow it down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shaw said a whole lot more than that, though, right? And CJ was commenting on how long he talked as opposed to what he said.
Because I was trying to get in before I could. And that's exactly why Aaron could only address one of the things out of the many. Hold on.
So,
and this is why. Hold on.
Well,
this is why Aaron could only address
conversation.
one of the things that he said because he said so many things instead of letting people interject as they heard it. He wanted to be long-winded.
But you may have to let people that are just more skilled at listening jump in first. So as an example, when he's saying chew the meat and spit out the bones, pause, right? Essentially, right? I disagree with that. But I can address that more directly, right? So there's several points he said that you could have picked up, but instead you worried about how long he talked. Why?
Because I believe if you really want to have a back and forth, you have to allow for interjections, especially in real time. This ain't a debate where niggas is taking notes and have a time limit. So you should be, it's to be an in-person, a genuine conversation, not just I'm about to get my shit off. Huh?
You took notes before.
I didn't take notes this time, and I take notes before I come up. When you having before the show, like the intro to the show before niggas start coming up, and before the show really starts, and I have the notes ready.
Let's
do
this.
To what Aaron just said, yo.
Yes, Bub. Let me just because I don't want to gloss over what Shah said, right?
Yeah.
So Shah, here's the reason why I disagree with that premise. I understand it, right? I also disagree that the majority of people have good discernment. I think we often see that, like, if we, and again, I'm not trying to silo the conversation to this as an example. When people read the Bible, right? People always talking about they got all these interpretations and whatever, right? That lets me know that people's discernment isn't great because somehow their interpretations make them good, make them right, make them feel good. When we know good and goddamn well, that's not the majority of it, you know? So when I see people discern the Bible, I'm even like, that's not great, right? So you leave people to their own devices, they usually get caught up. So here's one thing. Again, I'm not siloing the conversation. I'm just addressing that point when Shah was talking. This is what I heard, right? So this part, Shah, let me know what you think about this, right? So this says, answer not a fool according to his folly. lest thou also be like unto him. So if you talking to a fool and he trying to advise you on something, you're going to adopt his ideology, which is going to make you a fool as well. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own conceit, right? So the fool is talking from a conceited set, right? And it's all about him. It's in selfishness. It's not rooted in truth, right? And then what happens, right? He sent a message by the hand of a fool, cut off his feet and drink of damage. So if I send a dummy to send a message for me, how is that dummy going to convey that message? And will it resonate well enough? You know? So when I heard you talking, those things that instantly popped in my head.
I got you, and I'm gonna make it quick too, CJ.
Go ahead. That's what he said. Go ahead.
I think because I'm a millennial, I'm still kind of in the middle of like what the real world looks like. Where like when you walk outside, before we all came here to have these conversations, where right now we have actual messengers. We have people with platforms to provide messaging. I'm more on what you're saying now, Hamp, because this thing can get dangerous.
Yeah.
Because people don't have discernment. So because you got a mic and because you say it right, people are like, oh, that man know what he's talking about. Look at that. Look at the camera quality. But I'm in the middle where like in the real world, some dudes in the neighborhood that kind of try to come in and advise you, and you like, man, you drunk. What are you talking about? But I'm gonna hear him out just because he in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So when I'm thinking about what's going on now, I'm more where you at, him.
Yeah, and see, that's how
I'm conceding.
And that's how we really bridge it and converse about it, right? So Bub wanted to respond to what Aaron said, and then Lee didn't say shit, right? Yeah, right.
Nah, Lee didn't say nothing.
I haven't said anything yet.
Lee, somebody told me, are you married?
Yeah, I got married last week.
God damn, boy. Congratulations,
Congratulations. Congrats. Welcome to the family.
This shit sucked, bro. You know what's crazy, bro? Is that now, you know, look, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Wait, just hear this part, right? Ever since I'm married, it's like extra phone calls, extra I love yous, like it's everything extra, bro. I'm like, yo, relax, be how you used to be.
She like you too much?
Yeah, bro. Nah, yeah, he like I don't like being liked too much, bro. I don't like that.
Bridal enthusiasm.
Hey, put me on speaker, Lee. Yo, man, stop liking that nigga a lot, man.
You let her hear you.
Wow.
That's what's up, man. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so
appreciate y'all, man.
So Aaron, when you stated that, you know, giving receiving information from like OGs that's like over 50 plus is like you know, bullshit to, you know, somebody your age. I don't even know your age, but I just want to run something down real quick, right? When I was a teenager, my boys used to get at me because they said I always had all these old friends, right? So a quick story for you. Yo, I used to work at this spot and this OG came up to me. I was 27. He came up to me. He's like, yo, what you doing here? I'm like, what you talking about? We working. He's like, nah, this ain't a spot for you. You need to go find yourself a career. So I blew him off at first. I'm like, nah, yo, whatever. We straight. We making good money. At the time, we was making like $24 an hour. He's like, nah. He's like, yo, people gonna be getting laid off. You need to find yourself a career. I'm gonna hook you up with blah, blah, blah. Right? Week later, he got laid off. But I still kept in contact with him. And he was like, I think he was like 54. Everything he said he was gonna do for me, he did. But you know what? He gave me that great advice and he put me on. But he was a terrible father and he was a terrible husband, right? But but check it. So 2 years later, right? He started calling me. My wife was like, yo, why you keep taking this cat calls? He don't work with you no more. I'm like, yo, what you mean? This OG changed our life. If it wasn't for him giving me that information, we probably still be fucked up out here. So I still want to say this. Who y'all getting your information from then, yo? Imagine if this OG never gave me the information or never put me on to what he put me on to. I'll still be stuck in that same spot we was in. And he schooled me too. A week before, he's like, yo, people gonna get laid off. And his ass got laid off. And I got a career to this day because of him. So who y'all getting your information from if you not getting it from, you know, these older cats that you said possibly in their 50s?
Well, it ain't him, because if he was 54 at the time when he told you at 27, he probably dead now, right? So it ain't his generation. I'm talking about them niggas who grew up in what, CJ? Because me and CJ the same age. So what we talking about? Like the 60s, 70s generation, nigga. It's like probably like 10% of them niggas is wise to listen to.
And the thing
But
is,
Aaron,
the
those
thing
men
is,
are like
though,
70 years old now. That's what I'm trying to say. If they
I'm
grew up in the
talking about
60s and
ones
the
who
70s,
was born in the 60s and 70s.
they like 50
okay,
and
born
60
in the
right
What are
60s.
you What are you saying specifically, Aaron? What is your rebut to what he's saying?
I'm saying that the old heads, when we pulled up the charts the other day, it went through what, like old heads was 45 to what, like 6
Yeah, so
beyond.
what you saying about them? What are you saying?
A lot of them niggas' advice isn't, they don't give out good advice, and it's like a small amount of them, and I'm looking at what, 3 to 4 of them sitting right here on the panel that
Hamp,
give good advice.
Hamp, play the clip I sent you, Hamp.
For what?
Play the fucking clip.
Yo,
play the clip. The old head talking about y'all might as well get married. Y'all married anyway. It's some bullshit. It was stupid.
I know Bub and Hamp don't want to hear it, but y'all unks, man, and y'all generation.
I don't want, yo, I don't
No, Hamp. You seen the Hamp? I sent you the clip. It was the old head telling us this nonsense.
That was more.
Yo, here's the fly shit, right? I
Let me
know
hear the fly
niggas love
shit.
the numbers.
Let us hear the fly
Marriage is up.
Oh my gosh. Up to how much?
As a who, Hamp?
Up to how much?
Generation, man.
It's up from the last 3 years. It's up.
Up to what?
Percentage points is up. That means
How many
more
percentage
people are,
points? You know the
that
question.
doesn't. But what I'm saying, that doesn't render anything. That doesn't is inconsequential, right?
Marriage
that men complain about, that we hear y'all talking about, is a bad deal, and then when me and you mind it out, we realize that the benefits and the cost is about the same because everybody going 50-50.
And it's up because
Marriage
the old
is up.
heads is saying get married anyway. Get married anyway, guys.
I'm just saying,
Let's do
marriage
it. Just
is
do
up.
it. That's why it's up. Barely any percentage points. It's barely up. First, Aaron, why you always interrupting me so far today?
He's a rebel without a cause, bro.
Aaron, watch you,
you in
brother.
a relationship, CJ?
Lee just got
I'm in a
married.
relationship. Lee just chilling. Lee, let me get this off
Let
real
Lee
quick, bro.
talk, man. Let Lee
Go ahead,
talk,
Lee. Go
man.
ahead, Lee.
Hey, I've seen the old head doing this shit, man. Play the
Jersey
clip,
in the
Hamp. Hamp
building,
don't want to play the
man.
clip. Hamp don't want to play the clip, but the clip is gonna solve it for everybody.
Lee, Lee. Oh, Lee, what are you, 36?
They keeping shit 100,
I'm about to
and
be.
that's
I'm
what the
about to
old
be
heads don't
37.
do. They don't keep shit 100 when they get to the
I like
channel.
to
They
call
like, oh,
myself
my marriage
37.
is perfect. My marriage is perfect.
Oh,
Oh,
man,
it's just
Jersey in the
lying,
building.
bro.
Salutations.
Lee, what's popping?
That ass was goody was hoodie, my boy. I hope everybody having a great day.
Go ready.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm coming in hot. I don't even know. Damn, I was just see. I told you, man. She be bothering me more now. I'm like, she would usually not even come out here. She said mosquitoes and shit, but now she come. But anyway, so I had to write some shit down. So I think it's this, right? The game will never change, right? There always gonna be women that's gonna be down to go. You feel me? That's gonna be, willing to slide, and there's always gonna be dudes willing to, do their thing, whatever. So I believe that if you really trying to create change though for the future, it's going to take for us the big bros, the unks. I don't know what category I'm in. I don't know the numbers, but it's going to take us to get them the game, even though we messed up. You feel me? I feel like even though we messed up, we got to tell. Oh, yo, shout out to old boy. But even though we made mistakes, if we trying to change shit, see me, I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't really trying to change shit. You know what I'm saying? I just kind of let shit play out how it is. I live my life. I know I got one. I don't got time to be trying to fit in this shit. I'm just gonna do my own thing. But if you really trying to change the community, you're gonna have to tell the youngest that women could be they could lift you up and they can bring you down to your lowest point. I think that's important to let them know, because when you slide and you having fun, what I mean by slide is, if you that guy that's able to attract women, and women are easily just attracted to you, it's fun. It feels fun, and you feel like the man, and your homies gonna make you feel like the man. So you gonna think you just having fun, and within that fun, a lot of tragic shit can happen. Like you can have a couple babies. You feel me? You could get caught up in some jealous type of rage. This dude's going out sad on some shit like that too. Um, and I just think that we need to be telling the youngest, like I would tell them, um, just focus on yourself. You feel me? Focus on yourself. I know the women. I know they're gonna be out there and shit like that. And if it does happen, just make sure. I don't even know. Like like me personally, I don't know what because it's fun, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell I can't. The funnest thing is like being around the atmosphere of a woman liking you. For most men, like so I don't know how I would be able to tell, and that's why I stay out of it because I know that I can't do it, and I don't know because I don't know how to tell young dudes, yo, don't get into that ambiance of the greatest fun that you ever gonna have type shit.
Hey,
So,
Bro, look at CJ, bro. He having like,
the
bro, CJ
funnest
having
thing is
his face about to explode because you going
I'm
against his
about to
target.
I'm about to correct what my boy Lee
Crazy,
saying.
bro.
But
That's
the
nasty.
funnest shit is not
Bro, you
just
need
being
shit.
around. Let me say it,
Crazy.
motherfucker.
yeah,
Shut up.
well,
Jesus
okay,
Christ. Can I
okay.
say it?
Is it one of
Hold
them?
on, Lee. Let me say it. Let me say it, Lee. Hold on. Let me say it. The
Is it one of
funnest
the
thing
funnest
is
things?
not being around a woman. The funnest thing is the sex and then doing your own fucking thing after. Stop it. Like my boy Patrice O'Neal said, you want a woman somewhere in events. You want her around, but you don't want her in your fucking face. Stop it with the nonsense, man. Y'all get on my fucking nerves with this shit. I want my girl around, but not in my
Yeah,
face.
but you just
Don't
added
be
the
always in my
aura
fucking
part.
face.
That's
If
why I
I'm watching
specifically
sports,
said
if I'm
like the
watching sports,
aura.
it's not fun. If my girl
That's a
is
part
with
of
me
it is
next to me,
having
watching
sex
it
with
with me,
women, bro.
shit is not that fun.
Because you don't just
Stop
meet a
it.
woman and have sex with her. Like no women really do that. Sometimes that happens. That's rare though. Usually you gotta kind of catch the vibe or whatever the case is. But I'm saying when a woman
You
is
do.
liking you and it's a good vibe, that's like the best moment. And then it leads to the sex. That moment is the moment you walking down the street. You know what I'm
The
saying?
sex is
Probably
the
got a
moment
little
that you
vaginal
waiting
juice on your
for.
lips, whatever the case is, and you just walking down the street like, man, it's the, you know what
It's
I'm saying?
full of
You feeling
shit.
your best. Come on, man. That's
Yo,
Let
that's the
me.
thing. So, yo, that's the one differentiation. Like when I met my wife, right? And I realized like, oh, I actually like hanging out with her, right? Cause it was utility for the most of the time, right? But then when I
mhm.
said, damn, I see
I
why
kind of
my
like
man
this shit.
Al
Oh,
always be
okay.
why. And then when you watching the game with your girl, she be rubbing your head and all that.
Hell, don't let CJ off the
Right.
hook.
Talk
That's
about
cool.
your
Hold on,
Sometimes
wait,
your
wait,
hair
hey,
rub,
wait,
feel
hold
me,
up, hold
baby,
up,
and
hold up, hey, wait.
Hey,
Don't
wow,
let CJ
tonight.
off the
bring me
hook,
some
bro.
food, baby, and go chill.
Don't let CJ off the hook because this is what we talk about advice and help. I feel like this is where things get weird for me, right?
Get
Because
his ass shot. Hey, shot.
we
You know
all,
what? Hey, shot.
Put me in the box, Ham.
Hey,
Put me in
shot.
the
Let's pop
fucking
hey,
that
box,
cherry,
nigga.
man.
bruh,
I've been ready. I've been waiting for round two with my boy Shy,
Yeah,
pause.
man.
this is what I be talking about right here. We
Hey,
all
shot.
here
Where you
together,
from?
right?
Oh, you from? Where you from?
From Mississippi, man.
Damn.
Yo,
I don't know
ask.
no. I don't know no artist from
Man,
Mississippi.
play some banner or something, man. Like a play some
Oh
banner
yeah.
like a pimp. Play that.
I got you. I got you.
Hey, but this is what I'm saying. We all here together, right? So the young boys watching all us, and we all seem like we cool. We all got similar values. They say birds of a feather flock together, right?
Yeah.
But then you got my boy Lee, who was just describing to y'all. He done found this feeling that he was, which is the most important.
My bad.
Now you good, but for real, I'm being serious though. Like my boy Lee was just explaining how good this feeling was. Him chimed in and added to that. But then you got CJ on the other end, like, no, the most important thing is sex. And I'm saying we got to draw a line in the sand because that's why the kids be so confused because they don't know what's going on. That's the complete opposite of what y'all saying. Two dudes who have found a woman that they value, and CJ saying, F what y'all saying is y'all reality. This is the real reality. And then the boys they trying to figure out who to listen to. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Get
the
weird.
problem is, all right, now the problem is, man, y'all niggas trying to convince the man to like this shit is retarded. We like what we like. We don't want, we like having sex. That's why this thing is post nut clarity. And it happened with majority of the women.
Not for y'all girl people, man. Not
Once
for
you
your
have
girl.
sex, you ready for her to fucking leave. It wasn't the whole. It wasn't the time you
That's
spent
not the
with her,
majority of men,
and she
though.
liked
That's not the
me.
majority of men,
That
though.
is the fucking majority. Get the
Nah,
hell
that's
up out of here. Stop it. And
So
then
CJ, I got a question for you. Outside of sex, what do you find valuable in a woman? Just outside of sex, anything you find valuable
in a woman. I mean, what you mean? Like in relationship wise?
Whatever. I'm leave. Don't ask me for help. I'm whatever.
Yeah, they
What
go
way?
like we. I mean, they got physical fucking utilities just like we do. Feel me?
I'm asking
We
what do you
don't
find.
enjoy the same shit. Most men and women don't enjoy the same shit.
CJ, I'm saying my question to you is, what do you find valuable in a woman outside of the physical, the sex part?
Not too much. Feel me? They have our kids and companionship. This
Yeah,
is
hey,
I
CJ,
already
this
had
something
this.
serious, bro.
But see, that's the
Already
thing.
had this discussion with this board.
CJ,
They give us
CJ,
kids and
Hey, you can take me
companionship.
down, hell. Take me
Like
down.
women, let me
I'm
finish. Let me finish, motherfuckers.
I'm
We
good.
want women somewhere around, but we don't want them in our. My boy Lee just
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
She
You
started to
want
like me
this,
too
brother.
much.
No,
He
you
didn't say,
want this,
"Hey,
brother.
Lee, you got motherfucker." You said it's been horrible because she liking me too much now. You didn't say it's been a fucking blessing since she started liking me so much. She can't. I love the way that she want me in her fucking airspace all day. You said I can't stand it. That's the worst part. She want me.
Brother.
He literally just said it. Go ahead, fantastic. Lee literally just said it, Hemp. She likes me
Fantastic.
too much
No, let me
now that
defend
I got
myself.
married.
That was just sarcasm,
I
man.
know, I
I'm
bet.
usually
Now you want
telling
to
a joke
retract that shit, huh?
90% of the time I'm talking. Dead ass though. Usually I'm telling a joke most of the time I'm talking.
Nah, I fuck with you.
I love that shit in my face, bro. We having a great time. No, I'm just saying,
That
like, we
nigga,
just
that shit be trash.
most dudes, bro. Listen, CJ, most dudes, maybe you like that, but most dudes after they smash, bro, they trying to cuddle and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? They trying to cuddle, bro, because
Some
look, you
crazy
can't.
shit.
I look. You can't
Most
tell me that the
niggas,
most guys not getting sex, and then when they finally get sex, they like, oh, I'm out of here. Get up out of
no, they
that
can't
can't be
do it.
true,
They
bro.
can't do it. But if they could, they would, motherfucker.
They
That's
be
the
having
argument.
sex with
Not that they
girls that
doing
don't
it, like they
care.
kicking the girl out. No, because they know. But trust me, them niggas is turning over. Them niggas like, all right, I got what I got. Feel me? I'm
They
pretty
be
much
having
satisfied. But she gonna want more. She gonna want dinner dates after. So I got to make sure I get more coochie from her. So I'm gonna have to satisfy what she want. But I'm pretty much satisfied. I got what I needed.
Hey,
I
like
be
you,
Shit is
fucking
good.
you might be like that, bro. But the majority of dudes, when they not these,
Y'all get on my fucking
basically
nerves, man. Come
trying to seem
on.
like ultra guy, they be loving on their girl, bro. Like that's most dudes. Most dudes loving on their girl. Come
these
on.
niggas ain't even thinking about a round two.
These niggas is getting on my.
Yo,
Yes,
bro,
niggas want round
why
two.
you think niggas
Yes,
eating
niggas
pussy
might want
for,
round two
CJ?
if,
Keep it
if
a
round
hundred.
one was
You think
quick or
niggas? You think?
trash or
Hey,
if it
well,
was
I'm
Why
really
you think?
good. No, if it was really good, niggas want that round two. Or if it was quick, niggas be like, oh, I gotta
Yeah.
give her round two. Feel me?
but it's gonna be on the internet, bro. This is crazy.
Yo, listen, y'all can say that shit as much as y'all want,
Hey,
but
we about to
y'all don't
go
know that
viral
most
on
of
this
these
bitch,
dudes
bro. The
can't get
black men
women.
are.
And if they can't get women, when they get a woman, I promise you. And I don't want to hear fantastic point of view because a nigga 6'5". He don't understand these
I'm
niggas. He can't
6'3",
tell me he
motherfucker.
understand these
I'm
niggas. There's
6'3".
no way that he can tell me.
They
You,
check.
and that's why I'm looking at both of y'all like y'all cannot tell me that y'all can understand what the majority of men who are
The majority of
5'5",
men, we think like the
5'8".
majority of
According,
men, just because we
No,
get better
y'all
results.
don't. Y'all
You get better
taller than the
results,
according,
majority.
motherfucker,
Shout out to
and
everybody.
you still think like majority of men.
So yeah, shout out to everybody, man. According to YouTube, I get no pussy. So I mean, I'm just going YouTube centric, right? My kids ain't really my kids. It's all a lie. I'm really 4'11", but I'm a magician, so it make me look 6'5", right? Listen, bro, y'all is wilding. Like you said, most men don't have access to women like that. So most of the men, most men are dealing with women they really don't want, bro. For real, for real. It's just like
Damn.
sex and that's it. Most dudes is dealing with chicks that they don't really, they just want 'em for sex. I mean, that's the truth. Most relationships come from situationships, right? Most motherfuckers don't go into some shit like, oh, she's the one. She's gonna be the love of my life. We're gonna spend our lives together. No, 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 no. It was the booty, not the beauty. God damn it. He wanted the motherfucking hit, and then it turned into some shit. You feel me? So
I'm not.
again, yeah, I know, nigga. I know. You can rub your chin, brother. I know. I've been doing this man shit for 41 years now. Okay, I know how this works, especially you
What I'm
niggas.
saying is, but that's not what they would prefer. I'm saying, what would the preference be?
Look, 47.
No. You see, that's where y'all fuck up at, right? If it was a fifth, right? So of course, every man want Bernice Burgos and motherfucking, Cherokee the ass from 2003, my brother. All right, without without the body count, that's a preference. But the reality of it is like, hey, you're not gonna get the motherfucking 8, 9, or dime. You'll be lucky to get a 6, right? You blessed to get a 7. So most dudes is out here motherfucking just like, hey man, I get what I can get. I told you, bro. Beggars can't be choosers. I don't want to say beggars, right?
Beggars.
Not beggars. That's why I said I got it. I don't want to say beggars, right?
You said it.
No, you said it. You said it. That's what they is. Go ahead, call them what they is.
No. That's why I'm striking it from the record, nigga. No, y'all not gonna pick me down with that.
No.
Yo, you know what you gotta stop doing, beloved? You gotta stop listening to the podcast while you at the gym. You don't be getting nothing done. And you ain't sweaty or nothing, bro.
Bullshit. Nigga, I just did shoulders and arms. Get out my face. And I recorded it. So shut up. I recorded the whole thing. So don't play with me. You know I posted it.
Hey, you heard what Arnold just said, Ham. You better not play with my boy Fantastic.
Yeah, nah, man. It's not let's see. Fuck it. I mean, I can't think of anything to replace it with, but motherfuckers that don't have a lot of options have to go with the options they have, pretty much, right? Damn, fuck. Okay, make sure this bitch car ain't fun. So niggas gonna hit that deer in the road, Ham. I told y'all. Niggas hit that fresh deer, Ham. They're not gonna leave that deer in the road if you starving, my nigga. You gonna put that bitch in the trunk. You gonna put it in the trunk. You gonna put it in the bed of that truck, and you gonna eat for as long as you can eat, brother. You starving, Ham. If you starving, you ain't got nothing or whatever. You run that little map. You run that coon over.
Ain't that's what I said?
Coon soup.
I don't eat rodents. Here's the
Yo, let me jump in.
Go ahead.
Can I please jump in real quick? He just made my point. Beggars can't be choosing, right? They begging, and then CJ trying to say that they able to walk out and go choose more. No, once they get
That's
that
not what I
coochie.
said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yeah, but you said most dudes are just smashing, and then once they smash, they like, yo, I'm done. I got what I wanted. What I'm saying is, you gotta stand on it. You ain't on quicksand today, CJ. Come on, let's stand on this solid ground.
Niggas that don't have options are not. No, CJ.
Haters,
but
man.
that's the if shit though that Miss Fantastic was just talking about. If your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle, my nigga.
I'm not saying they.
No, stop. This is what Lee is saying. It's Fantastic. No, this is facts. If the majority of men don't have access, when they get one that they halfway like, they cuffing it. Period.
I agree.
Right. And let me just say this.
Still get post clarity, but niggas still get post clarity just like the other niggas do. They still be like, all right, I wish this bitch would go.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say they going nowhere.
They might understand that
but they still get the same post nut clarity that most of us get.
Yeah, but no. Now y'all changing. Y'all definitely changing it because cuffing and putting a bitch on a roster for like guaranteed pussy is two different things. Let's not go there.
What roster, Mr. Fantastic? What roster?
A roster start with one, nigga. A roster start with one. You gotta start with one.
Yo, Lee, you was right. Fantastic can't talk.
Nah, Fantastic. I agree with them though. They will cuff that bitch. They will cuff her, but they still.
But what's crazy is Fantastic made the point even clearer though.
Yeah,
even if they just did for pussy, right? Like he said, they still gonna stick around. They might be like, "Oh, she ugly," but they gonna come back and they gonna come back, and that's the whole argument.
I agree.
And then
so regardless if we like, oh, because they can't get the baddest shorty, yeah, they looking at the fours as eights. And then if the body looks good, shit, I'm a body guy. Shit, I will rate you a high number based off your body. I ain't gonna hold you.
Nah, that is most niggas. Most niggas is that ass though niggas. But my bad, continue.
And then you
well, the whole body. I'm like the whole body shit, but yeah, that ass gotta look good. That's a fact. But so 4 to me ain't. A 4 to me ain't bad. If you got a 4, I'm not knocking you. That's it. That's all.
Listen to this though. Do y'all hear niggas talking right now?
Crazy, bro.
If you got a YN, listen to niggas. He's like, yo, fuck these old country ass niggas.
Exactly.
I fuck with the nigga in the yellow shirt and the nigga with the.
They definitely not saying that shit, bro.
Yo,
they
the
like
nigga with his shoulders out that skipped his 4th set is wilding. Like, come on,
Hey,
man.
that nigga was rushing to get to the
All the
panel.
niggas on
That
Twitch.
nigga was rushing to get to
Yo,
finish
one
that
time
set.
I had the
That nigga
niggas
was like
on. Look. One time it had got flooded. One time with the niggas from Twitch, right? You know,
that
Twitch
nigga
be
start
young.
popping them sets out quick.
Look. Oh yeah. He skipped all them shit, CJ. He ain't changed the weight or nothing. That nigga. Yo, the niggas on Twitch one time. I got flooded because I be streaming on Twitch too, right? They was listening like, who are these fat ass old niggas on the panel? They was in the chat smoking the panel, man. Aaron, what's poppin', man?
Aaron, what's goody?
What's up, y'all? Good afternoon, gentlemen. Peace to the chat. CJ.
You got smoke for me, Big Aaron? You got smoke for me?
Right. See, there you go.
You
No,
got
I
smoke
just
for
said your
me?
name.
Who got smoke for me?
I don't have smoke, but it's clear it's more abundantly clear why you communicate the way you do and why you receive advice the way you do, which is to say not
God damn, CJ. Go ahead, Aaron.
which is to say
Aaron was my guy.
not very efficiently. Well, right. So why can't I still be your guy?
Go ahead, brother. Well, how do I communicate, and why do I not receive communication efficiently?
So because when you hear something that you don't agree with, you have you're compelled to announce your disagreement instead of maybe just waiting to let them finish the thought, because you may find something in the rest of that thought that will either lead you to disagree or explain to you exactly why they're saying what they're saying that you disagree with, which would allow you maybe to continue to disagree, but you would understand and then know exactly where to put the correction. But when I watch you make corrections, it's difficult for you to substantiate it. And it was the example given. Come on, Lee, stop bullshitting. You know all we want to do is fuck. You full of shit. But there was no substantiation. There's no why. There's no examples. There's no. It's just when asked, you were like, "Come, y'all. I'm sick of y'all, man. This is just cat, right?" And it's because context. It just doesn't seem like you invest in context, or maybe not that you don't invest in it. Maybe that you're not patient enough to move to it.
Well, if you can't build off a false premise, that'll lead the whole. If your structure is off, then you definitely. So, or your foundation is off. If your foundation is off, then you're really gonna be off. So, if you're building off a false premise, then I'll stop you there. Second of all, I allow for interjections. So I don't understand why people don't allow for interjections, especially if they're long winded. Like if your point is quick and it's a quick little. You're about to wrap it up, then I could understand you saying, "Hey, let me finish real quick because it's about to be wrapped up." But if you're long-winded as hell, then why wouldn't you allow for interjections? And I'll stop there.
Okay, so yeah, trust me, I don't like long-windedness either. It frustrates the hell out of me, especially because I don't like to interject. And that's another story. But let's get with the first thing. You said you building an argument on a faulty premise, it destroys the argument. A faulty premise is not dictated by you agreeing on what's said. A faulty premise is dictated by something being fact or fallacy. And if something is said to be fact, then you can go, you know what, that is incorrect. The fact is this, but that's not what you said. You said you interject with a disagreement, which doesn't really have anything to do with fact. It's about perspective.
But what if I disagree with the fact that you're presenting as your premise?
How do you disagree with the fact?
Well, what if I think that you're wrong in the fact that you're presenting? If you say 2 + 2 is 5, and I say no, it's not, it's 4, you're wrong on the fact because 2 + 2 is 4.
Right, but that's not what you said. And that's why I said if there's something that is clearly not factual, you can quickly insert the correct thing and then let them go with
and
it,
that's
right?
what I
And
be
let them
trying
try
to
to
do,
build
Aaron. Sorry, go
But
ahead.
now see what you just did? But
I
your
didn't care,
initial
I did.
statement, what your initial statement was that you stop people when you disagree. So it'd be like me saying, all right, you use numbers. It's like me saying, you know what, math sucks. You disagree. Math sucking to me is not a matter of fact or fiction. It's the way I feel about math that you disagree with. But you would need to sit there and wait for me to explain why I hate math.
I agree with that premise. But, and I want to say to the elite thing, I didn't just say one, I said most men have that post-nut clarity. And we all understand that men like sex, so that's just.
But why impose most men on what Lee's saying? Lee's telling you how he experiences intimacy, and that goes to the point that I'm making.
Because, like you said,
You can't rebut something that isn't fact or fiction. It's
it's
his
how he feel, yes. And so to get
right.
clarification, I would rather you talk about the general men, the population of men, because we can't have the conversation about how you feel about the shit because it's just how you feel. That's
If I
personal.
could
I'm
just
not arguing how
interject,
you personally feel,
That's,
but
that's not
how
that's
do most
internet.
men operate is the question. Not how do
I'll
you
get.
operate.
It wasn't a
If I could
debate
just
though. It wasn't a debate. It was just he was just talking about his experience. You turned it into a right and wrong. I think that goes.
wait, hold up. Wait, hold on. Y'all can't do CJ like that because I did say that's how most men, and I was making a whole point of why the old heads and the unks should talk to the youth, right? I was saying that like when you young, right? I was making it like when you young and you the guy that's able to attract women easily, and then the bros see you that dude, you become that dude, and within that you having a bunch of fun, and we just need to let them know that it's dangerous within that fun of being around women. So I was making it that the majority of men being with a woman is like the best part of their thing, yeah, I was definitely saying it.
Yeah, and I disagree with when he said that part.
Yeah, and then
That
he
I know
disagreed, right? So
that men like the sex about men like the sex, but just like hanging out with women. And if we could just get straight to sex, most men would do that.
Motherfuckers is
If most men would could get straight to sex
this what
and
I
then
hate,
go
though.
do what they want
but
to
that's
do,
not
they
true
would. But
because
they
most
can't
men
do it.
can do that. You could pay for pussy, and most men don't be liking doing that. So if they don't like doing. Go ahead. My bad.
No, it just the ship's falling apart slowly but surely, man. We always talk about biological imperatives, but most niggas at 35 only have 8 bodies. We always talking about biological imperatives. The majority of men since time immemorial never reproduced. It's just like, and then niggas be acting like niggas don't be falling in love. If you go to the hood right now, the first grave about $1, the next 2 about a woman. Like, we got to start reconciling the things that we saying. If they don't hold up, then we got to pull them apart and get rid of them.
And you said most men only have 8 bodies, right?
Yeah.
Do you think they would like? Do you think they want more, or do you think most men is satisfied
It's
with
an
that?
inconsequential.
So can
The
you? Let me.
fact is,
I
it's
still want to
based
know the
on the
answer.
women that they can access, right? So if the
Basically,
average is 8,
But the
those
answer is
men,
still.
and then most men die with a low body count.
But
Well,
most men want to have
benefits.
sex. But they
No, this is what you got to understand.
you arguing the access right
Now
now.
this is the point, right, where everybody shouldn't be advising people. Monogamy benefits niggas, bro.
Bro, the niggas on the bottom, but not the niggas on the
The
top.
majority of niggas on the bottom.
Most
Wait.
people, most niggas
That's
in the
what
world.
we saying exactly. The majority of niggas is on the bottom though. Like
Like
CJ.
we be
I
saying shit that don't
agree.
make sense. Let me do this, man. Let me because
I agree though.
listen
I
to me
agree
real
with
quick.
that premise.
Kasim had dropped off, then he came back.
Yeah.
What's poppin'? We got Big Jersey in the building, man.
Hey, you didn't play no West Coast music.
Where in Jersey? Where in Jersey are you near?
Newark,
in
New
North.
Jersey. I was born and raised in Newark, New Jersey.
It's kind of self-explanatory. What you say,
Because
North.
I've been the past few weeks. I've been all over up there: East Orange, New York, Jersey City, Secaucus.
Yo, man, y'all
Nigga,
should hit
All
me
Dallas,
up,
over,
man.
goddamn.
man.
Y'all should hit me up, man. I'm
I'm about
cool
to
as
put my
hell.
number in the back chat. I'm about to put my number in
Hey,
the back chat.
Kasim, man. I
What's up?
had to unfriend you off Facebook.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Cause I seen the outfit, right? You had the leather pants on and all that, right? So
I got 3 new pair.
hold on, let me finish. I try to cop me some, my nigga. I had to lay down and try to get him on and all that. I said, you know what, Kasim can kiss my ass, bro. I ain't being friends with this nigga on Facebook no more.
I got 3 new fans. I got to bust out on them this weekend. But
Wait, we ain't friends on Facebook no more for real?
I don't know. Some my friends on Instagram, my friends on Facebook, it fluctuates. Some come and some go because I'm not the active I used to be.
You know I'm sensitive. You know my feelings get hurt quick. So
yeah, you be all right though. You better walk that shit off.
Go ahead.
No,
what do you think, bro?
You know what, man? I think we ought to do a panel, and the topic should be about discernment. Right? What discernment looks like, how discernment can help you, how discernment can have you get in different situations. Because, like, you know, I heard here that the things that the dirt that we done, you know, before or younger, we glamorize that, right? Without telling, you know, the bad parts and the consequences of the decisions that we made. Obviously, if we really cared about men and whole as a general, we want to see them have the right outcomes, right? We want them to have the right decisions. We want to see, you know, good, healthy dynamics and things like that. But I think we should speak more about the pitfalls of that. And I believe that, you know, when young people see it, they're like, you know what? Well, shoot, why was it good for you, and why is it all of a sudden bad for me? What, you try to stop me from getting the amount of girls that you got, and then it becomes this competition thing, right? So my youngest son just turned 25 on Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah.
And he has been dating this girl for like 2.5 years now, and he's thinking about you know, wiping her up. And he says, you know what, Dad, I want to appreciate you because you've taught me more discernment. He said a lot of the girls that I used to like be attracted to, and a lot of girls that I would see, I don't even have a taste of the appetite for them no more. And I think you mentioned something like that. You know, when it comes to the food thing, like you have an appetite for this, you have an appetite for that. But after you go through certain changes and certain development, you no longer have that taste anymore. And I think it's important for us men to really talk about discernment.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the thing is that what you just described is independent of the women, right? Because it's just about him growing, you know? And so what he's looking for in a woman, he knows what he looks for. He can discern it when he sees it. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, and I think that's the key about the maturation, you know? But everything's so heavily predicated on men need to have sex with a bunch of women to prove themselves, right? Men have this carnivorous attitude. Think about how backwards it make us sound. That niggas will fucking throw their life away for some vagina. Niggas will risk hell and high water for vagina. You know how many neighborhoods I wasn't supposed to be in because I wouldn't go see a chick? And niggas catch you out there, they're gonna park you there.
Yo, that's a fact. Yeah, damn, that's a fact, bro.
Like niggas be on some weird shit over some cheeks.
Trying to go uptown. I know I'm supposed to be uptown.
I told you the story, Kasim. I'm at this girl house. My nose running because it's cold in there. Her heat ain't working, right? I don't know why I'm still in there. I fall asleep. Boom, I wake up. We finally go upstairs. So I lay on the bed, right? She like, get your shoes off my bed. I'm young. I'm like, bitch, your bed on the floor. Was I wrong?
No, because where you gonna put the shoes? On the floor where the bed is.
But this the type of wild shit we doing just to clap, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it just let me read these, man.
I just want to say I'm not going to interject anymore. I'm not going to interject anymore to prove a point. I'm gonna raise my hand from now on, motherfuckers.
All right, thanks, CJ. Ignite been a member for 3 months. Old niggas gotta go, Hamp. Lady O with the $5 says, the older we are, the more we appreciate the value in companionship. Don't let YouTube have y'all lonely with no one to wipe your butt in old age. God damn, that's a fact, bro. Struggle Lover with the $5 says, whoa, Hamp. What it do? My dog just stopping by to support. Y'all hit the like button. Struggle Lover, salute my G. Good to see you. Trevor Trav with the $2. Why must we involve the courts? Hey, man. The laws of the land, man. It's hard to avoid a lot of that shit. Reaperell with the $5 says, "Pardon my back, strut my shoulders, straight disrespect what I do to Dojas." That ice, man. Allah was popping. He said, "Salute Hamp, CJ, I rock with you, but take a break, dog, if the bounties aren't on." Ain't even on yet. Allah with the $5 says, "Congrats, bro, on getting married. Salute to you and the missus." Salute, Lee. And live with the $10, she said, "We're gonna change your name to JC because what is wrong with you?" AL with the $5 says, what is being overlooked is all the advice is bad / useless without defining the purpose. We have yet to define the purpose of marriage, so it is aimless. That's not true. Jonathan with the $5 says, "CJ, Aaron's trying to say you talk too much, bro. They need to always talk and make your voice heard. Listen more, bro." You want to respond to this? That nigga looking sad and all that.
I'm gonna not interject, man. I'm just gonna be quiet and raise my hand when I need to speak. Hey, so you better call on me sometime, motherfucker.
John Henry with the $2 says, "Inability to regulate your behaviors is a negative." So Solid was popping with the $5. "New guy, you from Mississippi, and you told Hamp to play David Banner and not Big Crit? Shame on you, bro." Niggas get judged for everything.
That's a fact.
Bro.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. I thought about that. That was horrible.
Damn, yo. I don't know, man. Here's what I'm proposing, Kasim, right? Essentially, is the advice is all over the place, right? Like niggas saying this, then that, and the advice is like cognitive dissonance a lot. So it'll be like this: women ain't shit. Women got all these diseases, right? Marriage is bad. Don't have no kids by them. The system will fuck you over regarding your kids, right? And then the next breath, fuck as many women as you possibly can. Just be safe, except for the fact that
somehow, right?
Huh?
I said somehow be safe, right?
Yeah, except for the fact that there was a stat that said 50% of women got herpes. You gonna wear a bulletproof vest in there? So you see, it's like we say all this shit, but I'm like, you can't then say the other thing, right? It has to be more exact. So if you land on one side, like it doesn't reconcile. So when this last part, Lee, and then you can jump in, yeah. And then so the last part is this, right? Shut up, old nigga, me. The young niggas that you built rapport with and respect with, they'll come to you, right? They do often, like your son. Your son will come and say, "Yo, Pop, we got rapport. I love you. You never told me nothing crazy. Even if what you told me didn't work, you told me out of righteousness. What you think about X?" And then that's when we say, "Here's what I recommend." But I'm not lording over them, right? Because I got a lot of mistakes. You know what I'm saying? I ain't get it all perfect. I ain't get it all right. You know? And so as opposed to lording over them, be available, you know, to advise when they looking for it. Because men often got to learn by putting our hand on the stove. You know?
Right. But also, to say something to that, you have to build some type of track record, right? My boys understand that the Kasim that was with their mama during that particular point in their lives and the Kasim right now is two totally different men, like night and day. And they have seen my growth and my progress. They have seen, the change in my behavior, the change of how I react to things, the change of how I think, how I'm not so quick to jump off on them and not so quick to make judgments. They've seen all of those things, and they had to kind of take some steps back to say, all right, let's see, what his results are going to be. And then once I have changed myself and I got more results, now they take more time to listen to what I say. Not just me, but they even have some of their friends to hit me up on Instagram and ask me questions. And also on Snapchat too, I got a lot of messages, from them saying, hey, like, you know what, my dad, he's a pretty smart guy. He's been around for a little bit. He knows what's going on. He's got some really good advice. But I never tell them exactly what they should do, right? Because they're their own men now. And all I can do is express to them my experience and from the outside looking in without any kind of feelings attached to it, right? I don't have those. When you're talking to me about your girl or whatever, your wife, I don't have feelings like that, so I can tell you how things are in a nutshell and how things should be. But I'm telling you from a point of perspective that I want y'all to make it. I want y'all to be successful, and I want y'all to stay and stick together, right? So I think uh, uh, first of all, men being able to prove themselves and their results first and build a good reputation, well, that can be followed, because without that reputation, your word's not gonna mean too much to these people out here, man.
Touche. I mean, not touche. Indeed. No, I agree. The track record matters, right? Or lack thereof, right? I think you can have an impact both ways. Like, you fucked up in a bunch of ways too, right? That gives you credibility in what not to do as well, So it's interesting, right? Just the experiences alone. Lee, what you was about to say? My fault.
I was just going to ask, Kasim, when you say track record, do you mean like the youngins being able to realize or see that you got that type of swag that could attract women? Is it like them, or like them understanding that you are like a man that could get women? Like, they not going to look at a guy. Basically, is that what you're saying, is what I'm trying to figure out?
It's not just being able to get women. It's about having certain things about you where they choose to stay. It's all about the staying power. It's not about how many you can get. It's like,
Oh, yeah, I
okay,
know
based
that.
upon how many you can get, right? When they start getting around you, they start being around you, you start being yourself. The things that they're looking at you for, how many boxes do they check? How many times, like, okay, he checks enough boxes where I can depend on him. I can possibly help him with my feminine insight, and I choose to stay, despite all of these other guys I got in my inbox or my Instagram or whatever. All these other dudes trying to holler at me. I choose to stay with this guy. That's what it's all about. And I tell people that a lot. They're like, yeah, Kasim, it'll be 18 years in January that me and my girl will be together. And they ask me, well, Kasim, well, how do you do it? I said, you know what? Don't ask me. You ask her. Out of all of these options that she has, why she chooses to stay with me, because she can bounce whenever she wants to. Ain't nothing holding her back, but she chooses to stay. So you should ask her why she chooses to stay with me out of all of these options and all of these other men that she's around.
You do live in a penthouse.
And
just saying.
That does give you a little leverage.
I'm in New York City.
I know.
There's other men out here. There's other men out here that's looking. Even though I am, there's other men out here that's looking down on me from where I'm at.
I'm just saying.
I just met four of them right now. The CEO.
We don't care. You in the penthouse, nigga. In New
Still
York.
up there with them, though. Don't act like you ain't like too far. Like you just a couple stairs down. Like, don't act like you.
When I'm down on the,
we not even in that motherfucker. Like, we ain't in the pen.
Unlikely, but when I'm down here on the streets, on the block, on street level, they don't know that.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
You
No,
had
they
leather
don't.
pants that was
No,
telling me they knew.
I'm not the only one out here that's got style in New York, man. I'm not the only one that's doing this.
You had the Dior's with the Willies. Nigga said you was floating through the club, nigga.
I'm not the only one floating. There's Thor up in there too, with the ham and all that.
I'm saying all four of y'all niggas floating.
You was one of them. That's what you're not understanding. You was one of them. So that's what you're not understanding.
All that's coming from my energy, from what I've learned through all of my experiences.
Yo, stop. Hey, Kasim, if you him, leave it alone, man. Why you trying to talk us out of it?
But I'm not saying that I'm him, because I don't look at myself as
him.
All
humble and all that. Like, yo, leave it, bro. We said
I know.
it. Said.
Listen, man. I'll be like, you know what? I'll play humble too if I had the penthouse. I'd be like, nah, guys, this isn't nothing. Come on, guys.
The New York move wasn't humble.
No, but I'm just saying there's always other men that's out here doing things way better than you. Like I said,
Stop saying that.
No. You know what put me in perspective. I'm gonna say this in my side.
Kasim, move on.
Just let it go. Come on, let's talk about something else. You got it, Kasim. But we know what you mean. We get what you mean, Kasim.
Right?
You get what you mean, bro.
Don't make me pay the penthouse.
But you still got a penthouse, money. Like, your view bonkers right now.
Well, look,
I saw your view. That shit stupid.
But even just Seam and Aaron, the way they hold their frame as old heads, the way they hold their frame is make young people like what big bros and young niggas, it make them want to listen to what they gotta say.
Yeah.
They not just talking, they showing the work also. And that's why the young boys listen to him, because his frame. I could look at New Guy and see he hold frame, like the way even if like certain things y'all may say may be flawed, y'all ain't out here trying to teach the young boys a bunch of nonsense and bullshit. Like, and that's what I get from. I done spoke to Kasim on the one-on-one, and even though it was a short convo, I know he a solid dude. Lee, you be tripping sometimes, but I know you got young boys that listen to you, like, cause you gonna tell them some real shit. You feel me? Most old head niggas are not like that, and it's niggas in each group. So there's niggas in the unks, but the unks do it better than what the old heads do. There's fucked up niggas in the big bro category, but we kind of doing it better than, cause we learning from the unks. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it all trickles down. We getting better and better as time goes as far as black men. But like I said, like when I say men over 50 need to sit that's down, that's because majority of them niggas is horrible. If they was running like the teaching and like military and all that, we'd be failing. That's it, man.
Thank you.
Nigga, you
well,
your hand up, nigga.
CJ, you be wildin', bro.
I didn't say nothing.
No, but like, see, CJ, this the part though. The brother finished talking. Thank you. Like, you don't give a damn what he's saying.
I realized CJ slow. He got like ADHD or some shit.
He did like a kid, bro. He like
He's just repeating himself over and over, pretty much. I just want to say,
nigga, you do the
don't call me out on it and then don't expect. I wasn't
Put him in the
gonna say
fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, man, money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. So still, with prices on my head. To cock my shit and I pop my
Hey, do not go back in time, motherfucker. Hey, that's what you said.
That was a virtual electric dog collar he just pulled
All I
out.
wanted to say, can I say what I was gonna say real quick? I took a scene to because Aaron said
This might be risky.
It just shocked him.
CJ will be back in 20 minutes.
Yo, give CJ 3 minutes to talk, and he gonna mention something about how females ain't shit. So it's just like he talking about. I'm saying the same shit over.
Hey, but hell, what I hear is what I was saying. Like it ain't an age thing. Like we all can see results at every age. You know what I mean? Well, not every age, but it comes a time where you can kind of observe reality and say, you can be 60, but if I can learn something from you and I can also see you got the results you're talking about, I'm willing to listen. But I think again, at some point, particularly if we're gonna use the internet as our medium to get information out, at some point we got to figure out how to be like, this is the good information, this is the funny entertainment. You know what I mean? We got to be able to figure it out because the young boy just consuming information at rapid pace. You know, we had a little bit of both. We had the old heads and we watched the news. We didn't have social media, but now like it's different. They consume with so much information. I don't know. It's like sometimes it get a little weird up here because, and not when I say up here, I don't mean like this.
No, I got you.
It's how do they know what to? You know, we talk about discernment, but how do you discern when it's like it's
it's disingenuous to your point to just outright say they lack discernment. It's so much coming at them that I think it's lacking. However, there's way more to discern, right? Simply because when we was their age, right? I started texting like, on the phone my last year of college. 2009, like I really started texting and all that, palm pot, whatever. Just think about that. Like there's so much shit every day. Even music can't last. 2002, when the 50 Cent album came out, that shit lasted 2 summers. That album ran from 2001 to 2003. Now it's flooded. Like you can't even. So that's fair to them. But I do think, generally speaking, people lack discernment. But I catch your drift though, for sure. Man.
Ham, do you think people? Why do you think people lack discernment? Is it because of them wanting to just totally give in to whatever they body feeling or whatever biology has it that they can't be held accountable for that? What do you think the reason for that is?
To Shad's point, right? People search things with confirmation bias, right?
Yeah.
So a nigga will say, Durex condom, they'll put this in Google. Durex condoms suck, right? And Google will bring up 1,000 topics that'll say, yes, Durex condoms suck. You see what I'm saying? So people can search for information that aligns with how they feel or how they want to portray themselves or act in the world. You see? So the discernment doesn't have to be genuine because you can find a group now because of the internet that will agree with you. Right? So you don't need to discern almost. You see? So it's not practiced.
But when life starts lifing and then consequences start happening and consequences start piling up one after the other, when do you get the point where it's like, yo, like, you know what? Ding, ding, this is my stop, bus driver, let me off right here, right? Versus going off the cliff.
Hasim, look at the recidivism rate in prison. You know how many niggas go back? Right? Now, don't get me wrong. I have issues with the probation and parole and things like that, right? They can violate.
Yeah.
Right? But in there, everybody innocent. So it just, you know what I'm saying? The woe is me thing is real,
And also, just to add, like, because I think I was talking to a homeboy did some time, and he was like, I think we assume, particularly if you've been through school, you might did a little bit of college, you kind of assume when you get in your bubble that everybody has like a high level of intellect. You know what I mean? So from I guess just like a biological standpoint, that's one thing. So imagine that foundation. You got like a race. Some of us are leading the race because we were naturally God-given ability.
Yeah.
Some people, they need a little bit more help. Some people might actually have some type of mental condition, right? And then you add that on like the American education system, and then all the other stuff going in the community, and we all become adults. It's a lot of people who don't really have critical thinking skills.
But you said some a lot, Shah. So where do you think most people
fall?
Cool.
I think the majority of people don't have like a high level of like critical thinking.
Yeah.
And I think that's due to like biology, but also just again being in this place where we are. It's a lot of stuff that is kind of like programming in a way, and everyone can kind of see through it.
Shah, and you don't have to work. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
Well, no, I just wanted to. I think that's a little bit unfair to make as a blanket statement, but I agree with what you're saying. I think what happens is when people, in the topic of advice, when people are in need of advice, they're probably not in the state of mind at all to be able to receive advice, right? Like they are beleaguered. There is some kind of distress. They're already on defensive. Like now ain't the time. You know what I mean? You want to tell me Jesus loves me, and you just Narcaned me up off of this heroin hot, right? Like, so I think that right there is what makes people seem like they don't have what you're saying they don't have. Because if you hand them a whole world of what they want, they're going to be geniuses about it, right? And they're going to be sponges, absorb it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Can I just add one thing to the reply? I agree with you, Aaron. I think that's a fair assessment. I guess I look at it in the context of, if I take like current times where we can kind of, in a way, well, I guess it still goes to your point. Like, because I was about to say we can see our demise. The information is there. The research is there to show you the trends that are leading to where it's going to go, and will we be able to, as humans, survive that or whatever is happening. And like we can see all the changes that have been made, but we still kind of are going on the course of I don't see any resistance. And I'm not even talking about this as Black people. I'm saying as human beings. Like, I don't see much resistance towards what's going on. Get the information out there. So it's like, it leads me to think, well, maybe people just don't have But again, like you just said, Aaron, I kind of agree with that as well, where in survival mode, you got to focus on what's in front of you. You don't have time to sit down and categorize and assess. So it makes it kind of difficult to, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, pontificate the wonders of the universe. Right, yeah. Now ain't the time for that.
All right, so this is a beautiful panel, right? John Henry, what's popping? I don't eat
What's
Wendy's
good, man? What's good?
either. I don't eat Wendy's either, asshole. Hey, now think about this, right? Talk about this, the men growing up with just their moms, right? So 70% of kids are born out of wedlock, right? We got 30% marriage rate. So those kids are born with a mom and a dad, right? So 30% of those women have dads, right? When you take the 70%, you have a 47% of the 70% that actually have fathers in their lives, right? They're just not born in wedlock, right? And then you have the survey that says black dads were the most involved, right? You guys heard this before.
Mm-hmm.
But that leaves 62% of the women essentially with a father in their life. What now? Who the problem? At the very least, who's complicit? Who's raising these women that the young boys are dealing with?
I don't have kids, but I'm with you. It's the same who have always been complicit. The parents, the men and the women are complicit. I guess it's just interesting how.
Thank you, sir.
When you think, I guess when you think about the conversation, I don't know, like it comes down to like who's more at fault, and then I always ask myself, once we determine who's more at fault, then what? Like, you know what I mean? And I feel like we're stuck in a then what because we.
Well, no, I think once you figure out who's at, I'll be quick, John. Once you figure out who's at fault, that's who you address directly, right?
Yes.
Who's more at fault? When Solomon told those two moms, cut the baby in half. You take one half, you take the other. And the mom said that was the baby. Here, let her have it. That's actually my kid. Right.
Okay, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool with that. And then it goes to what we were talking about with the young guys. Okay, cool. Are we using the internet to direct them directly? And if we are, what's the message? Because
fair, but first, I like it. Let's just stay. I want to know what the brothers think about the initial premise. Right. Here's what I know. I think that overall, based on where we are, I think it's easier. Excuse me. I think it'll be more efficient than correcting men. Now, yes. I could be biased because I'm a man, and so it's better that men deal with men directly to effectuate change. So if I think it's more efficient to correct the men, if we can see who's more complicit and more liable, then I focus on them and get the correction. So that's why I think it's important to figure out who's more at fault. Shot to answer that question specifically. Go ahead, Cassie. Oh no, my bad, John Henry. Go ahead.
Yeah, going back just to answer the immediate premise you put out here, the answer as far as correcting the men, if we're going to start with the men, you have to be sure that the men that you're speaking with are willing to accept correction when you speak amongst them. Because we've seen whereas when we're trying to have ourselves, we still have the issue whereas who we're addressing and willing to listen. To one thing to go and key with what you're saying. I agree with the sentiment, but we still have to make sure who it is we're speaking to is going to listen to what's being said in order to affect change. Because in the end, it still comes down to the fact that we're supposed to be adults. And after a certain age, there's supposed to be responsibility that comes with one's actions. And that means that there's this thing called choice also, meaning that whoever you get your information from, you have to look around and see what environment does this son of a bitch come from. So if I'm from the same environments where shit is not happening, but I've got someone, you know, like they want to say old heads, so all a statement you made, Aaron, anyone over 50, they need to sit down. Who are you listening to that's giving you bad information? Because if they're from the same information, same environment that you're from, that you feel they're eating shit, it's your fault for taking that individual's information because they ain't about shit, supposedly, if they're coming from the same information you're in. Now, I'm not putting that directly on you. What I'm saying, if you missed this statement, is that if you don't look at the person you're getting the information from. Yeah.
But John, here's the reason why I'm interjecting is because you're also not having the conversation per se. You and New Guy were kind of talking about what's next and here's the problem. about talking to a group. What I'm asking more so is about what I laid out. What do you think about that specifically? And then we can get into how effective will the correction be if people aren't willing to listen. Because I understand that premise. But you see what I'm saying? I'm asking more so what you think about the fact that 62% of these women have fathers in their lives, and where's the culpability?
Some of the fathers.
The culpability would come back to the person who is directly raising that child on a day-to-day basis. Because again, the child's not going to raise himself or herself. So therefore, the culpability, look for that, needs to be with whoever that child spends the most time with at that moment.
Okay.
At least again, that's how I'm taking your question. Let me know if I've got it wrong, man.
No, I think that's decently fair. I heard that before, where Zagu was saying that if that father is a weekend father, he can't overcome the circumstances outside of himself. I don't agree, right?
I don't agree either.
Because when we use the survey that says black men were the most involved, you can't then use that survey, but then say I can't overcome what the mom is doing. Those things don't reconcile to me.
Yeah, what was the 62% number?
We can't assume that it's all black men. I agree with the stat. Black men are the most involved. We're getting better. But that still does not mean all black men. It means that the majority is doing better. But what of those who are not in that 51%? At least that's how I'm looking at it.
No, 100%. I'm just looking at the numbers though, right? And so now we start saying all in this other stuff. I'm just saying we use it to say we are doing better. Here's what the survey says, right? We don't say we are doing better, although it's not all of us. You see, it doesn't. We don't talk like that. So why talk like that now? You know what I'm saying?
Even though we may not talk like that, we can't dismiss it either. That's all I'm saying. We can't dismiss it.
Okay.
So the 63% that have fathers, was that fathers in their lives, or like were they living with the fathers, or they just in their life?
Yeah. So like for instance, Kasim said this before. That's why I can say it as an example, right? Him and his wife been together for 19 years, but they're not married under the government. Okay. Right, Kasim? You said that before, so that's why I'm saying.
Yeah, it'll be 18 actually in June.
Right. So you have a construct such as that.
Yes.
You see, so you have constructs like that. You have the weekend, etc. Right. But I'm looking at the numbers again. I'm using the information that we use all the time to have the conversation.
Well, that's why I was trying to say earlier about when Zagu had brought up the weekend fathers, and that's why I was saying who started that movement. Because if you look at who started that movement, and we talk about the daughters of those men, those are the women that the big bros and the young niggas is dealing with. So once again,
you're saying the weekend dads are the problem?
The fathers that raised these girls that grew up in the late 80s, 90s, early 2000s. Yes, those fathers they helping with the problem with these girls.
You think you think I would be a problem?
Nah, because your kids is young.
But my daughter's gonna box. They're gonna know how to change a tire. They're gonna have me to lean on because I lose my sense when it comes to my kids.
But
if you changing a tire for her, Aaron, and it take more than 20 minutes, she gonna judge the shit out you.
Respectfully, and as she should, because she has a father in her life that told her that she has to hold a man to a standard. But a lot of these older men, they wasn't teaching their daughters no standards on how to be around men stuff. It wasn't them that taught them about the 6 figures, 6 pack, and all of that shit. Most of that shit come from their mothers. A lot of those.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of the women that I'm talking about, Fantastic was lost, but I see in your face. But
yeah, okay, I was like,
no, but I'm saying,
can I say something?
You are Fantastic. You don't. I told you already. You.
Right, I don't want to go too far off the premise, right? Because I want
to. That's why I came back up though. So, but this is what I'm saying, and I think Aaron he got around to the Simmons. How did it become a negative for, the only reason he's a weekend dad is because the mom has custody of the kids and won't give them to the dad. We got to stop this bullshit, bro. I hate that. this narrative, and then like you say, oh well, we can't. It's not playing both sides. You can be the most involved, but at the same time, you have to fucking overcome a spiteful bitch, and that's the problem. We don't want to fix the problem of black women making it purposely difficult for black men to be fathers. And then if she's so difficult to the point where he's like, fuck her and fuck them kids, oh, you ain't no man. No, she's not a fucking woman.
Let me ask you a question.
Why? We are the only culture that does that shit, brother, where we go ahead.
Well, Mr. Fantastic, can you
Mic check.
Are the most involved likely to be weekend dads?
No.
No. So the premise erases itself. The most involved are not going to be majority weekend dads. That's not how that would do just based on
I don't
math.
think he can hear you, Hamp. He say he can't hear shit you're saying.
He can't hear me?
I don't think so. But can I
I want to talk to CJ too.
let me make a statement real quick. So I dated a girl, right? Or talked to a girl. Dealt with
I'm
a girl.
listening. I'm listening. Go ahead.
And her parents were married. She was a stripper. I'll be fucking 100% honest. She was a stripper, right? And her parents were married 20-some years plus. And she said she was talking about her parents, and she was like, "Yeah, my mom is miserable. My dad he wants things his way or some bullshit." And I think this is what most married people and their kids go through. Like the women still act like they miserable in the marriage. The men still act like, oh, they put on a front for the world. Like my marriage is fantastic. And that's what's going on. So the women are all right. So to address your point, to bring it back, so the women are really running those marriages too, and that's why the women are still coming out the way they are. We'll say because the women are controlling the men in the marriages. The men are just fucking are being used in those most marriages.
But
Like they not fucking in charge. Go ahead.
No, CJ, but when we're talking about kids, right? When we're talking about the results of kids, what do we always say? The kids have much better outcomes with
In two-parent households.
and with their dad, right? So you saying that now you rendering the other point moot, right? If you're saying the women are busting, like what? So what is it then? I don't understand. So if the women are running everything, and those kids are,
I think he still. I still think he get better.
Well, what I'm saying, if those kids, if the women are running the marriages too, and the kids are getting better outcomes, then what are the women the problem?
Because I still think the more fatherly advice or fatherhood you have around you, the better. But we still are at a deficit. Is the problem. Like even if you have, like he said, even if you have weekend dads, you still got to overcome the spitefulness that the mother is breeding into the kids every day. They keep saying the mother raised the kids from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. That's a whole bunch of fucking influence that the women have over the kid to teach them how they want them to think and be. Go ahead.
I guess.
Yeah.
Hold on, Fantastic. Let me go.
My back, y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother.
I just want to say, I think you didn't really address Ham's point where you always start from this place, like, and it's a place of kind of like you said, a deficit. And then when you have the conversation, we're supposed to like, I guess, take away the deficit, but you don't actually substantiate the other side. So if you say you can't say in one hand the best situation is a 2-parent home, and then your rebuttal to that is, but we're the deficit. So you just agreed and admitted that the best situation is a 2-parent home. You haven't given anything to say anything otherwise is better.
Yeah,
I said yes. The best situation for the kid is a 2-parent home, but you still have to overcome the deficit. I don't mean my. Go ahead, Fantastic.
No, bro. Again, this is why I say, bro, the majority of there are no 2-parent homes. The majority of black kids don't grow up in 2-parent homes. That's the smallest percentage. Okay?
Right.
Well, not the smallest percentage. Single dads would be the smallest percentage, but it's the smaller percentage. The majority of these homes are single mother homes. First off. Okay? Marriage is then like it's habitation. So marriage is like third place, bro. All right? Single mothers, people that's probably staying together, what y'all call it, shacking up or whatever, and then you got marriage. Marriage is the lowest number. All right. So what we saying is y'all are trying to base this shit off of a standard that's no longer a standard. It's
30%.
not reality, and it's never going back.
But we're saying 30%, right? 70%
All
of
right,
kids
so
are
that's what we're
born out of
saying. So
wedlock,
30%,
right?
30. So hold on. So this real quick, Hamp. So if 30%, that's married, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if 30% is married, why the fuck are we making weekend dads a negative? Why are we even using
I
that
don't
as a
even
pejorative?
know. Aaron, they were talking about weekend dads. I don't even know
Yo,
what.
but I'm not saying you guys. I'm not even saying y'all. I'm not saying y'all directly. But this is what I'm telling y'all. This is why a lot of people miss it. Black women have made it to where they discredit a man that's getting his kids on the weekend. Usually weekend dads because either the dad is working, okay, or whatever. But what does that say? Consistently, not some weekend dad. So every weekend he gets his kids, right? How is that a negative? Let's
Why are
walk
you
that down.
focused on weekend dads now?
Because it got used and you guys put it in tandem with the whole most involved fathers. So the most involved fathers are mostly weekend dads.
I don't think so.
So if they put
the
it in,
majority of black so the majority of black fathers aren't married, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So the majority of black fathers aren't married. At the same time, the majority of black fathers are involved, correct?
Yeah.
Of black fathers overall, the most involved, correct? So that would mean that the majority of the most involved fathers are weekend dads that you guys have allowed to be turned into a pejorative. That's the point.
Well, one,
it's blatant disrespect right here in the face of the majority. What do you mean? Why?
one. I mean, you break it up, Mr. Fantastic. But one, the weekend dad thing is not a hill that I was trying to have the conversation die on. Here's what I'm saying: out of the 70%, 47% have a father in their life. Right? We looked at this stat before, so that leaves 53% that don't have a father figure. Right? So when you do the math on that, that's another 32% of women that have dads, which leaves a 62% majority of these girls that have a dad, right? That's what I was trying to find out, not the weekend dads. They were conversing about weekend dads. I'm not trying to render it moot, but the conversation don't have to get stuck on weekend dad. I'm looking at most involved, and then 62% of girls have dads.
Okay, cool. All right, so moving away from that, right? My bad. Go ahead.
No, well, let's move away from it. I'm saying there's steel man in your position. The negative piece came from, but look, fuck it, move on.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this, man. We keep coming back to the fathers are the problem, the fathers are the problem, the fathers are the problem, and I'm telling you that it's baked in the cake and the propaganda. It's baked in the cake and the propaganda of where black fathers aren't doing enough. When again, black fathers have to overcome more than any other motherfucking group, and then it's still not enough.
We're not even. That's the thing. We haven't even got there yet, though. See, y'all jumping ahead. I'm saying assess the numbers when we broke them down correctly, right? And then the young boys are complaining about the women that they have to deal with, but 62% of these women have a dad involved, and so now I'm asking, why is the conduct? Why can't they see a difference? So what are the dads doing? We're not saying the dads are bad. We're saying what are the dads instilling in the girls?
So that's what we're trying to tell you, and that's what CJ was saying. So if I'm a weekend dad, or if I'm a non-custodial parent, again, I told you guys this before. I have 48 hours and 72 hours to have time with my kids. And what am I doing in that time, Hamp?
Bullshit.
Let's not do that. That's why I say when you say that, that's what you know what I'm saying. That's negative. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit, bro.
Come on, niggas go to the park.
Fantastic. I mean, Hamp,
It's
my
still not
boy.
bullshit.
I got another
What you're
example.
saying. So look what you're saying, Hamp. You make it, and I'm glad it came back around too, because now you're making my point. This is what
I'm trying hard to have that conversation because it's being pigeonholed in that way, right? But let's say let's say that the disagreement is actually that is it just absolute that he can't overcome whatever she's instilling?
It's not about it's probable versus possible, Hamp. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. If you have someone that is purposely going against what you have going on in a spiteful situation, right? All right, what's the chances of you being able to overcome what? How many hours in a fucking week versus 72? That's what we saying, and you telling niggas, well, do better, nigga. Daddy better, nigga. Figure it out, nigga. Y'all don't even see this shit, man. And this why this part of me. Y'all know this part of me because I've been through the shit. So if you blessed enough to never have been through it, and the majority of us go through it, Hamp. That's what I'm saying. So this is really a situation where niggas really don't know. If you've never seen it, if you've never been through it, you know what I'm saying? You don't understand it. And that's what I'm saying. And then the man gets the blame. Well, these kids and these boys and these girls are still out of order. So how you guys are saying that you're the most involved father, but we still have the outcome we have? Well, you got bitch ass baby mamas, okay, and then get the bitches that are purposely tearing down any type of foundation that you're building with the children. Clearly.
So there's this
now this is an example, right? Now here's what happens, right? And this is natural for people. But when we have tangible anecdotal experience, right? That is what we predicate how we see things off. I'm saying, look at the numbers. How do we actually mine through this? Mr. Fantastic may be right, but I want to assess it holistically before we just say,
we can do this real quick. So before you go, Aaron, we can do it as we always do it. The brothers in the chat, ask the brothers in the chat. Ask the brothers in the chat, do they either directly or no? Like, and we talking like 2 degrees of separation. You have a brother or a dad or something, all right? Yeah. They have seen a woman be purposely difficult in a man dealing with his kids. Ask the chat. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
I've seen it. I've seen it with my
ask the chat. Ask the panel. Hold on. Before you go, before you hop in there.
Well, I can answer the question. Yes, I've seen it. Now, what does that mean?
Right. So, Ham, this is what I'm telling you. That's never going to show up in the numbers. That's what we talk about, Ham. Sometimes it's deeper than the numbers. And when it's in the black, and it's anything for the black man, oh, it's the numbers, it's the numbers, it's the numbers. Nobody wants to talk about anecdotal. Nobody wants to talk about the minutia. You feel what I'm saying? We don't get that advantage. Black women, motherfucking. Go ahead.
You the one that showed me the most numbers I've ever seen in my life, and I took AP calculus.
Yeah, and I understand that, but sometimes it's deeper than the numbers. And this is parenting is definitely parenting and co-parenting in a difficult situation, unlike nobody else. Hell, how many times we said this? Hell, do Pedro got these problems?
Sometimes like that.
What you say to me? Sometimes.
Why you say sometimes like that?
Yeah, your perspective is limited, and I think that's what's causing your argument to fail. You're right.
I mean, no, I've had the same situation. My boy is a great father.
He windmilling now when he says sometimes.
That's the other point.
My boy is a great father, businessman, and he always tell me about his baby mama's making it harder. He got to overcome his baby mama stupidity and influence to even get his son to act right. Feel me? To be what he wanted to be, and he got his daughter too.
All right, go ahead, Aaron. Let Aaron get in real quick. Let Big Aaron get in real quick.
Did you raise your hand? Anyway, so fantastic.
All right, you got
Here's
me,
the
Aaron.
thing, right? No, I'm straight. Thanks. But listen, I think anecdotal experiences, yes, are important, but they're incomplete because there's an other side to the coin. And I say that because the problem isn't the women and weekend fathers. The problem is the fact that they don't see a man and a woman in the household enacting a successful marriage, despite the fact that her father's in her life and being a great father. You're still not getting the lesson of what a husband and wife look like in real time from beginning to end. Everything else is just an irritant, but it's not a cause to the problem, right? The bitter baby mother and the weekend dad, whatever trouble and strife is shared in that isn't the cause of the problem. Because if you took that away, you'd still have the same issue. She wouldn't know how to be a wife. Why? Because she has not seen it. And that's also coming from anecdotal experience, mine, but it's juxtaposing my anecdotal experience against that of others and looking for the value and demerit in both to find the truth, right? They say there's three stories, your side, my side, and the truth is found somewhere in between.
Yeah. So Aaron, I'm not discrediting what you're saying. The ultimate thing is, like you said, you're not seeing healthy relationships between mothers and fathers, right? You don't. That's the thing. But still, being that we know and we that's not the norm anymore. And again, I think this is where we mess up, because that's never coming back. We're not going to reverse the 70 back to the 70% out of wedlock married to 60% of married, plus 60% of married couples. That's not happening. It's not coming back.
That's defeatist.
Well, it's not defeatist. I mean, just mathematically, it's highly, highly unlikely, and you know this because you know numbers. So hold on, just real quick. So understanding that, right? Even if it did happen, Aaron, and by your calculations, how many generations does that take? 2, 3 at the minimum, right? If we turn everything around today, we would not start seeing anything change, at least from, I'll say, 2 to 3 generations from now, correct?
No, more.
More. Okay, great. So that's what I'm saying.
It
So
would take 5 or 6.
All right. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
I say that because I believe the probability is high that it will come back around, right? There's an ebb and flow. Everything, there's an exchange to everything, right? Just the time it takes to get there is why I believe it will happen. Is because it's going to take a while. It's up to us to plant the seeds to make trees that we will never feel the shade of. I'm not worried about seeing it happening. I know it's going to happen. It's just going to take a long time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So in the meantime, between time of everything changing around, which is not now. Okay, and like I said, we won't live to see it. Let's just say it happens the day after we die, right? The problem is the now, Aaron. So the reality now. We can't look at the future and the hope and all the reality of it is. And this is what the important part of being a realist is understanding. The issue we're faced with now, and that the young boys is telling you, is that the women, the girls, or whatever that age, they wilding too. Despite having fathers around. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm with you. I'm confirming. Go ahead.
Okay, my bad. I want to make sure. So they're telling you that the fathers are, the girls are wilding.
Yes.
The girls are wilding not because of not of enough involvement with the fathers. It's because of not for respect of the fathers, right?
Okay.
And this is the thing, Aaron. Even if you're not in a 2-parent household, the biggest issue with the black community is the lack of respect for the straight black man, specifically the black father.
Yeah, okay.
He has been denigrated. He's been demoted. He's been said that he's not needed. He has been disrespected internally and externally, to the point of where the girls now repeat the rhetoric. I don't need no man, independent, alpha woman, all this shit. The men can't fix that. Why? Because they have no value in the men. So what has to happen is there has to be enough of women, okay, start preaching and start showing and letting it be known black men are not only valuable, they are needed. But now we having the conversation saying, oh, well, what are the fathers not doing? What are the black men not doing? The black men are doing what the fuck you're supposed to do. It's just the fact of the matter. You're not being backed up and you're not being supported by the women attached to you.
All right. So I think the question, what the fathers aren't doing, I don't think that's an indicting question. I think it's a question to discover what's missing, right? Like what in the equation right now that a father can give isn't being given. I mean, never mind whose fault it is. It's where's the chink in the armor? What is in a father that isn't being accessed by the daughter that would fix this? I think that's the question. And I agree with what you're saying about the toxicity becoming cancerous, right? But that's why I also say a girl growing up in a household watching a marriage, the irritant of whatever a mom can put in her ear to cause disrespect for the father is going to be erased, bludgeoned, and drowned in its own blood by the presence of a father in the home who actually is dealing with the mother as a wife, right? And that's why I also say it's never gonna fix it. It's never gonna happen. That is what will allow the cancer to survive. Just saying that. I don't think you believe that, because if you did, you wouldn't be having a conversation. You wouldn't care. You're trying to find a solution and an answer because you feel like, or I believe you probably see this working out. Or why would you even care?
Aaron, like, so to a degree, you're right, Aaron. Right, but we know this. This isn't it isn't a rescue mission. It's a salvage mission, right? Okay, it's a
Oh yeah,
salvage.
it's a shit show. Yes.
So what I'm saying, Aaron, is will we get to the point of where we can come out of fucking stage 4 cancer or whatever? Like you said, Aaron, it's so bleak, bruh. That's what I'm saying. It's like I believe that eventually we can get this right, and 4 or 5 generations down the line, black people can be where we're supposed to be. Lord willing, the world's still around or whatever, civilization. Yes, but the problem is, Aaron, man, bruh. And I'm saying you, not y'all. Y'all, we have a really good understanding of this because we had these conversations. Bro, I get offended because people, it's not that serious. Not saying anyone here, because we really delve into it. And that's what makes me not believe, Aaron. That's what kills my hope in, you know what I'm saying? Because, you niggas just crying and arguing and whatever on the internet. No, motherfucker. No, I'm not.
Right.
So that's the major part and crux in my situation, because people laugh at this shit and they think it's funny. Go, oh, you're a weekend dad. And they're not. This not a shot at y'all, right? But I think this is a great opportunity, Hamp, for what I'm saying, to where we need to change that shit, bro. To where you can't use that weekend dad shit as a negative. You can't. That's the majority of black dads. How the fuck can it be a negative?
You know what, man? I have seen men on panels, and I've seen men in the chat get totally terrified and gripped on these numbers that we spew. These numbers seem so large and so vast that it seems impossible to not only to overcome, but impossible to even try. I'm a big believer that women respond certain ways to certain men. That the woman that might be cursing you out and telling you all kind of calling you everything but a child of God is really nice and submissive and respectful to another person. I'm always going to believe that because I've seen it in my personal life. I don't assume that the man is doing everything right, that the man has all of his stuff together and he's just like have no fault and it's just a woman. I'm just a big believer that if you are the man, right, and you are supposed to be the leader of your household, then you should lead your household. I was in a situation with my ex-wife where it wasn't very good. My communication sucked. My temperature was off the freak. Had a really, really, really short fuse, and I was holding a lot of resentment, right, from when in my military days, and I carried that on into my relationship. And that was one of the reasons, why it failed, because I didn't listen to anybody. I got tired of everybody telling me what to do. But until I got out of that particular mindset and I changed my mindset after I got divorced, there was a big shift and there was a big change. My ex-wife, we communicated better. We got along better, right? And it was all for the betterment of my son. So my son can feel like, hey, even though me and your mama aren't together, you could still see a healthy dynamic, in between the two of us. And every now and then when they was growing up, they would ask, like, Dad, hey, like, wow, like you and mama doing right. Are y'all gonna get back together? And I would tell them no. And they would be a little bit disappointed, but at the same time, they understood, right? So I think that we have to be careful when we talk about these numbers to where it feels as though that men are disempowered and they don't even want to try. We all know as men here, we all know that there's amazing benefits that women provide for us in our life. I know mine does. The women that I work with here in this office are very smart, capable women, and they help me a lot when it comes to their insights. I don't believe all women are like that. But I think that we should take another look at this from a different lens and trying to figure out, like, what is it that we as men can do as a group, as men in solidarity, to get on the same standard, to walk the same walk, to walk in lockstep, so they have no choice but to change. That's just my thought.
Can I add to what Kasim said? Because I'm not sure I understand why when men hear other men say that, they look at that as a negative, as if like there's nothing that women should be doing as well to better themselves. But I guess my question is, do we think men are the ones who are gonna be able to change that? My opinion would be no. I don't think when I say men, I don't think men can change. I think what we can do is, as men, continue to create the standard that we're talking about, whatever that looks like, and then we operate from there. Me personally, I just think it's wasted time to be trying to like change women, because I try to think other than microphones and conversations. What tools do we have to change them? Like, I would love to hear, like, what's the tangible tools do we have to change them? Only thing we really can do is control what we can control and better ourselves, create a standard that they have to come meet us with. And then for those who want family, because I don't have any children, so my thought process was always marriage wasn't necessary unless you want to have children. That was always my thought process. I didn't see a lot of marriage growing up. So whatever your intentions are for changing women, I just don't think, and I would love somebody to, because I'm willing to be wrong on this. I just don't see how we change women.
No, you're right.
Masculinity is undefeated. The new guy. Do you believe masculinity is undefeated?
Yes.
Do you believe that women respond positively to masculine attributes and new things that you do as a man?
True. 100%.
So, if you understand and realize that, like, hey, they respond positively to these particular attributes, all of them do that. And we men agree and be in lockstep, like, we're going to hold these attributes because they have no choice but to follow. They have no choice but to submit, and we will see a difference in these women because they'll have no choice to change. They'll try to run to this man and run to that man, but these men are all speaking the same language. And it's a language that they can respond to and they can gravitate to. That's just what I believe.
But
And
no,
again, I don't. Go ahead.
we already seen it, Casino. No, we had that. You had the perfect situation, or not perfect, or damn near perfect situation, of where black men were fathers, black men were working, black men were doing all these fucking things. And what do women do? They chose fucking welfare, Casino. Okay? Unless you don't give women an option other than the men to depend on, they're not gonna do it. Black women specifically. That all that masculinity shit, they don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Fantastic. They do. They can't help it. They can't help it.
No. Again,
Wait,
Casino, no.
Fantastic. I'm willing to walk down this road with you, but I would love for you to give me this information, for me to give me like what that looks like in day-to-day society, where whatever you're talking about becomes the reality of of the world. What does that look like?
Well. Before we walk down the path of being open to Mr. Fantastic's premise, Kasim vehemently disagreed. So that's where the conversation has to finish before we walk down Mr. Fantastic ideology.
Okay, so I'm going to say this. Mr. Fantastic. I work with a lot of powerful men, and I have a lot of big, powerful clients. I just had the CEO of Burger King in here with his group looking at some stuff. We're trying to get a deal together. I know a lot of men that are really good at bringing the money home and really good at that profession and really leading that profession and whatever they do. But I know they're horrible at interpersonal communication skills, horrible at people skills, horrible at agreement, horrible at compromise, horrible at all these other things, which is the core of how the relationship is going to sustain itself. So you could be you could bring home the biggest bag all you want, which is nice. They'll be attracted to that. But once you get a deeper level than that, and you guys can't talk about stuff and share feelings, and she can't buy into or have a part of what you have, they're going to leave and they're going to walk away. I've seen it in my personal life. I see it in the lives of these men when I'm downstairs. They're sitting downstairs and they're on the phone. They're weeping and wailing, talking to their girls and having all these different issues because they're good at their job, but they just can't seem to have the right connection skills when it comes to women. Period, man.
And the women walking away is the best case scenario.
Yes.
They'll probably weaponize the work you've done. If they
yes, and you know what? Those women are going to other men that have those soft skills.
Yeah, no. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the problem with that, Kasim, is they're still leaving men that do have the soft skills. That's the problem. You're again. This is about. Hold on. We got. Let's go back. So you mean to tell me 100% of the divorces, or the 100% of the 70% of divorces that women fucking initiate, the man's a problem? Is that what you're saying?
You said that. What
I'm
I'm
asking. No, I'm
saying
asking a
is,
question. I was asking a question. So let's not even 100%. So the majority. So of the majority of the divorces that happen, are we saying that men are the problem?
men contribute heavily to the problem.
No. Don't run from the question, Kasim.
I'm not
Ask it
running.
again.
That is my answer.
So I'm gonna ask. So I need a. Are they the majority or minority of the problem of divorces? The reason are men at fault? Majority or minority?
Majority.
All right. So that's why we are ideologically juxtaposed, brother. No, no. Common sense would tell you again where something where you hold on, Kasim. I'm gonna ask you this question. I asked you the same question I asked before. Tell me a company or any situation where you have a 70% failure rate, okay, and that's not the problem. Tell me, give me an example. Tell me anything on the planet where you have a 70% failure rate and that whatever is not the problem. Tell me, give me an example.
I will say this. I can't give you an example.
I know you
What I
can't,
would,
because we
what
as
I would,
men,
what, no, but
Kasim, as men, we know logically that's impossible. It's a logical impossibility for something to fail at a 70% fucking rate and that not be the problem in the majority.
Ron, I'm a big believer. Like, listen,
What
I lead a
70%?
lot of
Divorce rate, women initiating divorce.
Are you saying
why
that?
though?
Wait. So just to clarify before you continue, Kasim, I'm gonna give you back the floor. This may be just for my edification. If I'm the only one to get edified after this question, I apologize. Right? So you're saying what were you saying is illogical regarding 70%?
I'm saying it's illogical, Hamp, for women to initiate 70% of divorces would be a 70% failure rate, correct? Because that's a 70% failure of marriage, right? Divorce is failure of marriage, right?
No, well, the divorce rate is 50%. The
Okay, well, you know what I
initiation of
mean.
women is 70%.
That's what I'm saying. So 70% of the divorces are caused by women, is what I'm saying.
Are filed by women first.
So filed. That's what I'm saying. So the ending of marriages are initiated by women at 70%, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So show me something in the world where you started tearing it down at a 70% rate, but you're not the problem.
So you're associating initiating with starting it or tearing it down.
That's literally what it is, Hamp.
Okay, now I understand. Now here's one analogy that I've used in the past. Let me see what you think. Big Chug don't come and tell on nobody because he the culprit in everything. He always hitting somebody, always knocking them down. But his sisters come tell on him because he the one always doing something. So he ain't never gonna come initiate nothing because he the one always doing the wrong or in trouble.
Okay, so that's one Big Chug, right?
Yeah, salute the Big Chug.
We talking about millions of marriages, Hamp. So if you had, let's say you had 10 Big Chugs, we would have a leg to stand on. But you can't use one to represent everybody else and say that again, the majority of men are the reason that these marriages are failing. When we've seen it, we talked about it, Hamp. What was motherfucking what's Tom Brady's ex-wife name? What was her excuse?
Gisele.
Yeah, Giselle.
When I hear these conversations, all I hear is anecdotals being used when they're convenient and then I guess for me, and it's not necessarily you, Fantastic. It's just in general, there's never consistency in how we had these conversations. Because I feel like I just heard you a few minutes ago say somebody was using a stat, and then you kind of said, well, my anecdotal matters more in this situation than the stat. Now we're kind of doing the opposite, where we're talking about the percentage of divorces, but the anecdotes don't matter on why they started. I mean, I'm not justifying because I haven't.
Well, the problem is we're not. I'm asking about the anecdotes because the anecdotes are being claimed against me. You guys are saying anecdotally and using examples and saying that the man's at fault. My question is, why would you even think that? And what grounds is there to prove that it is, other than women initiating the divorce?
I guess for me, I was never actually blaming any side.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. It's not about blaming a side, but again, it's an underlying presupposition, right? That the man is the problem.
No,
when 70% of the divorces filed are filed by women.
Yeah.
Here's what it is, though, right? it's considerate speculation, right? Because filing does not mean that the person who filed is at fault for breaking the reason why the marriage is dissolving, right? That doesn't say that emphatically. It says that they did the paperwork, right? What we're looking at is things that will go off anecdotal, common sense, and logical speculation, right? So let's be honest about the speculation.
So that's my question. So that's my question. That's what nobody wants to answer. So I'm going to ask again. Being that 7%, go ahead.
No, I think what we're doing is looking for solutions or explanations to problems that really don't exist, or we're creating them. I think when you say it sounds like the man is constantly being blamed, the conversation, what it's really doing is trying to assign the solution building process to the man, which is where you would want it. If 70% of the women being the reason of failure, then that means the man is the intact entity. He's the one that actually has the room leverage or ability to create a fix. If
Allegedly,
he's not the virus does not stop your coughing, right? You something else does that didn't start your coughing. So the conversation's like, well, men have to study this and figure out how to right the ship because it's sinking. But to you, I see how it may sound like the men are being blamed. No, the men are kind of responsible because we didn't fuck it up to clean it up.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Aaron. So again, if you provide, you protect, you do all these things, but it's not enough. Well, you're a great provider, you're a great protector, but you don't cuddle enough. You forgot to take the trash out. Okay, and I know you guys. I'm just saying, it's like petty things. Again, Judge Joe Brown, not Judge Joe Brown.
Are you willing to put a percentage? Are you willing to put percentages on what you think? Since we don't have an angle, we just have the 70% stat. Are you willing to put percentages on what has caused these things to end?
I put the lion's share. I put the majority of women getting divorced or divorces happening on women not being satisfied. Whether it be hypergamy, whether it be she thinking it's something better, the grass is greener. Whether it be her, we just grew apart. Whether it be a whole bunch of different things that I've heard women say. Okay, that's again, women are never satisfied. We say this all the time. So a woman's definition of love and the way she thinks a relationship is supposed to be, sunny and roses and fun, at least 90-something% of the time. And when that fades away, that's the majority of the reason for divorce. Now, do you have piece of shit husbands out here? Do you have piece of shit husbands out here that don't provide, don't protect? Yes, you do. But I would imagine we'd all agree that's the minority.
Now that we've identified the disease and their symptoms, let's start working on medication to eliminate disease and then have a discussion on a diet to prevent it from returning, right? Instead of just continuing to identify the problem. What do we have available at our disposal to either satisfy the whatever they're looking for, or eliminate the need or desire for whatever they, what I mean? What can we do?
That's if we agree with the premise, right? The premise challenge there. What you're saying, we're not even there yet, right? Because I'm still on the fact of I know what happens. The people that are telling are often done wrong in every other facet of life, right? So as an example, that Mr. Fantastic said 1,000,000 times, are you at fault for filing, Mr. Fantastic? Or did she say some shit she never should have said?
Yeah, she said some shit she never should have said.
Yeah, she broke that shit down. She should have never said that, but you did the paperwork.
Well, no, she did both. I asked for the divorce. She filed the paperwork, but I'm the person that requested the divorce.
You initiated.
Yeah.
But you ain't the culprit.
Yeah, no.
But I'm just looking at just basic logic about when I see these things. Now, to your point, I'm not dismissing what you're saying, right? But then we have so many anecdotal examples of women going hard for niggas that ain't worth a damn in so many situations. So I'm just trying to really weigh it.
That's not the majority though, Hamp. That's not. I don't see on for all races, all age groups, all whatever. No, I don't
Yeah.
see these women just out here having to, you know what I'm saying, put a cross on their back and carry it for their husband. That's the minority of women. The
But that's
majority
not.
of women are taken care of, or at the very least, like you said, have a much easier life for their husband and not a burden.
Okay.
We agree on that, right? Hold on. Am I tripping? Am I wrong? Do we not
No.
agree with the
I don't
premise?
think you're wrong. I
Yes.
just want us to get all the way through it before we make a definitive say, okay, this is what is mostly happening, right? Because it won't be
Okay,
all.
this is this, and I'm glad we're doing this to walk this down. So what I'm saying is, more men are an asset than a deficit to a woman in a marriage. Can we agree? Do we agree? Yes or no?
I agree.
Okay, great. Yes. Okay, so that's a plus for the man, right? Now, women contribute also, but women don't have the responsibilities that a man has in most marriages. Correct?
Break them down real quick.
So again, provision, protection, figuring stuff out, fixing shit. Just if something goes wrong, it's the responsibility is on you, and you got to fix it.
Yeah, line share the
Majority-
burden.
I think provision is shared at these days, right?
Nigga, now I'm finna use you.
Well,
don't use me.
No, nigga, don't use you.
I'm just saying, though. That's
I
one
think-
person, though.
No,
I'm talking
it's still, well, so hold on. So even in that, just real, Aaron, I'm gonna let you in there, Aaron, just real quick. But even still, so let's do that. Even we say it right. Who make more money?
me. Oh,
The men.
Oh.
Period. Men. Without
Yeah.
a doubt. In every situation, the man makes more money. So we
Yeah.
know more likely than not, who's gonna pay the mortgage or the rent? More likely than not, in a marriage.
Men usually try to foot the majority of the bill.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're saying so provision, men, protection, clearly men. Go ahead. Aaron.
Yeah. I think he's speaking more to the assumed burden rather than the actual execution of it, right? If anybody saw a family on a corner holding a sign, right, 2 kids and husband and wife, the first question is going to go to the husband. How'd you let this happen?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So, but that doesn't speak to the execution of it, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
So, yeah, I think it was
the practical and the practice is what I'm saying. Practically and in practice.
Yeah, the burden sets up the practice is how the burden is fixed. But what I'm saying is, as we're making these identifications and indictments, are we doing it with a sense of purpose? Because even when you say it's not a majority of women that are riding for men that aren't worth shit, it doesn't make it less valuable. I still want to have that conversation to identify what's making that small percentage of women do that, so we can find it, harvest it, and give it to the rest of us, so that the majority of women, whatever's making them go there, we can catch. You know what I mean? Like, it's a food that a particular fish likes. Let's find out what it is and get all the fish.
No, and that's something. It's desire. It's personal desire.
Right,
Aaron, that's the problem.
Right, but
that's
I
what
don't
I'm saying.
want to dismiss it because it's a minority. I'm saying have the conversation. I analyze it, break it down, figure out why they're staying, despite the fact that it jeopardizes everything that we all know they need and really want. Right? How can if I can't keep my if I
I don't think
if
you can
me-
bottle in. I don't think you can bottle that though. You can't bottle
no,
and
I'm not
remanufacture
suggesting you
that.
bottle it. I'm not suggesting you bottle it. I'm suggesting you understand it and add it to the repertoire that you use, because maybe it's not something you use ad infinitum. It may be something you use one time, right? Among other things. Come on, you're in the military, man. You know there's certain things
I
that
got
are
you.
set,
That's
and then
what I'm
there's
saying.
certain things you got to improvise.
No,
But
but
game,
that's what I'm saying, Aaron.
all intel is good intel. Even bad intel is good intel.
Yeah, but that's what Aaron. What I'm saying is, it's desire, Aaron, and you can't replicate it. Either she has it or she doesn't. And I think when Hemp had the brother on, he said this. Most of the dudes are with women that they consider settled for them. Most women feel like they're doing a man a favor by being in a relationship, not to mention a marriage. She
Yeah,
really wants fucking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You said it's desire, but the question I'm asking is, what is she desiring, and then why? Once we find it, I agree. Desire.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's going to be extremely volatile and case by case basis. All women want, the best possible outcome, but that's different for that woman. So they was talking about this the Judge Joe Brown thing, where Judge Joe Brown was explaining how, you know, back in the day, 92% of dudes coming out of jail had, you know, that die slow, right? And these women were willing to deal with those men up until the point, even though they knew that was the only, until they had to see it, Aaron. So what I'm saying, it's a sickness, bro. It really is a sickness to where we got to deal with it. No other group of men have to deal with. Aaron, they're saying that niggas in jail make more money than free niggas. They putting messages out here saying this shit, Aaron.
All right, and that's fine, but see, that doesn't change my conversation. What I'm saying is, even though you say the desires of women are so different and varied that there's no way to pin down a meaning out of it, what I'm saying is there's evidently a pattern somewhere, because it's creating a percentage of an occurrence that's consistent that you notice. And that there's a population of men that aren't shit that these women are going for. That means there's a pattern somewhere in there.
But Aaron, the pattern would make I have to be an ain't shit nigga. So that's the problem, Aaron. The problem is I gotta be ain't shit. I gotta be a derelict. I gotta be a criminal in order for them to. That's what I'm telling you.
What trait is distracting her from the fact that he's an ain't shit nigga? What hidden superpower is overriding her instinct to avoid his ass? Is what I'm asking. What's the kryptonite? And why is
attraction?
Well, I just keep thinking about the conversations and the different talking points the logic does not add up, and that's the part I always get hung up on. The logic is not logicking, bro. Like if you say the majority of black people are good, decent, law-abiding people, then on the flip side, like to maintain a long-term relationship, you got to be an ain't shit nigga. I guess I'm just confused on how those two things, they don't go together.
They do, but we're gonna get the super chats. So I can explain how they go together.
Let me read this real quick.
The super chats.
Yeah. All right. Journey, salute. Perfect. Support for this conversation.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Right, though. Hakeem, what's good, kid? Perfect. He said with the 50 ball says,
like that.
OG, you look tired. Yeah, man, this cold kicking my ass, bro. Here's some lemon pepper wings with a side of fries and Sprite and a cold Sprite money for you. We know you getting old, so you gotta get it right in the right amount of calories, big bro. Yo, real shit, man. But after today, man, I'm going hard in the gym. I'm about to lose like, I don't know what it is. But I appreciate you, good brother. It's good to see you. I appreciate the love, man. You heard? Which one I want to play? Let me see. This one.
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Salute. Sean with the 20. I forgot
Shit
about
like
the
that.
damn
Shit like
extension.
that. Shit like that.
Get the hell out of here. I don't think we hit the extension. Hakeem been a member for 7 months. Salute. Perfect. Old head just ask to give advice before you give it. If we don't know you like that, problem solved. CJ brought himself back. DC Slim was popping with the fighters. These dudes brown nose it. Mr. Fantastic and CJ on point. DC Slim said Aaron is Captain Save a Chick. Prime with the fight house is seriously, ellipsis. We are the only race that blames men for the poor decisions that women make. It's weak as fuck, shaking my head. Y'all are scared of these women. No, you just gotta try to make an assessment, right? Once we assess it thoroughly and properly, then we can come to a conclusion, in which case we can start to see who's culpable and then start to build from there, right? Dre with the $5 says, much needed conversation. I had to fight so hard to keep my son in a 2-parent household. It's easy to walk away. Women push us to that, then regret it later. Salute, Dre. That's transparent. DC with the $2. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Chocolate Bunny was goody. Perfect. I feel like I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope all is well, man. Salute. Wow. Well, she said, great show. Just coming to share some of my birthday gift with a real one. Salute. Have a good evening, y'all.
Perfect.
Hey man, we love you. Good to see you. Be safe out there. You heard? I know you had that margarita that kicked your ass last time. You know what I mean? Rebecca with the $5 says, if men hold the line of masculinity, the women who understand and respect the importance of masculinity will follow it. Okay.
They can't help it. They can't help it.
DC with the $2 says, you brothers are being extremely naive. 70% is 70%. I hope you've been listening after, right? DC with the $2, the women get everything at the end. DC with the $5 says, it's because women live in a fantasy world. The fake image of a woman is a princess or a queen. DC Slim with the $2 says, the distraction is a fake queen or princess. Tezzy with the $5 says, fantastic, just looking for a reason to blame women. I'll let him reply if he come back. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
I guess I was saying, like, the logic doesn't add up, because the solution to this problem that we have with these terrible women isn't to disconnect, it's to connect with them in a different way, right? I guess one that lacks like long-term commitment, but at the same time, people love talking about probability and possibilities. What's the probability of men going through their life dealing with a whole bunch of women and not putting themselves in a situation where they got to deal with them long term? Like, what's the probability of that? Because with sex, you get comfortable. What happens?
Well, HAMP stat says 63% of young girls have a father in their life, right? How much of that percentage do you think that their fathers are having conversation about boys with and being real with them?
That's a great question.
Because the cycle is keep continuing. So if women been that since whatever, and it's still going, they obviously listening to the women, and the men ain't running their households. I don't care if you a weekend father, you a father that's there every day. I don't care if you live in the house with them. You ain't having a conversation with your daughters. And then to HAMP point of this whole stream is you getting on the young boys. You could come online and talk shit to the young boys about how we need to be better for your bum ass daughters.
See how you just did that? That's I don't know if it's because we got the same name, but that question that you just asked, looking at the whole thing and deciding to ask that question is what I'm talking about. Like, problem identification with a purpose, man. Like, forget about which way, who's right or wrong, entertain both sides, whatever it is, identify it, find out what it is with a purpose.
63% is a lot. So if that's fathers in their life and your daughter's still out here, and CJ just said, oh, she had both parents in the house, but she a stripper. What the fuck are you doing as a parent?
Right. What's not working? Right. Mind it out.
They get mad at me when I slime your daughter out. I don't understand it. And then you got men telling me to slime these girls out. So I'm gonna do it.
I got a question for you, Aaron. I feel like I know the answer, but I'm gonna ask you because it seems like, again, it's reminding it out. Well, I guess both of y'all, you, Aaron, young Aaron over there, because it does seem like anytime in a way it appears that we're holding men accountable, we're doing something for men, there's like an adverse reaction to it. I don't quite understand why, like, men having conversations about how men can do things differently or whatever the problem is. What can we do to fix our part of it? Why does it have, like, it's almost like we've been doing this for so long. Why we keep doing it? I don't quite understand it. I was asking you, Aaron, first without 218. I was asking you because you being a little older than I am, maybe you've seen this time where men were just being bashed over the head with how we can improve. I grew up, I was a teenager when the Waiting to Exhale movies came out, so maybe I didn't have the same experience, but I don't understand this idea like we've been, beating over head so much about being better as Black and why it's not a good opportunity so we can talk to each other. I don't understand.
Which one do you want to answer? Or both?
Both.
Go ahead.
You want to go first? All right. So I think it's kind of simple. Number one, because we are the only ones that really truly understand our perspective, our needs, our sensibilities, and our propensities, right? Like, we understand what drives us, and we understand what hurts us. Not because we're told that, but from firsthand experience. That's the first thing, right? So the conversation, I think, is going to be more effective man to man anyway. Secondly, because I'm the only person that can directly influence what I do, I have to make that my focus. Same thing for you. Now, I can try to get someone else to move, but if they don't move, what I'm going to do? Put a 9mm in their thoughts? No. But I can absolutely move my ass somewhere, right? So those two things combined is why it seems like the conversation is stuck on the men, not because of some nefarious need to, be masochistic or to let them off the hook, because we can't let them off the hook. That has to be part of the conversation.
So Aaron's right. All right, I'm gonna be quick, Kasim, then you can answer then Aaron. All right. The conversation hasn't been had realistically, Shot. Right? We've been hearing get your money up, go to the gym and all that, right? But those aren't real solutions, right? Because there's implementation with all of the above. I use this example a million times. There's a bunch of people who have a New Year's resolution and go to the gym. They end up at Planet Fitness because it's $10 a month and they got pizza on Tuesdays, right? People don't know how to work out, right? Including myself. I know how to work out to play football. I know how to work out to get in shape for like certain things, but the maintenance, the muscles, the stretching and all that stuff, I'm not good at that. And that's the holistic approach of being healthy and working out. You see what I'm saying? Right? But if a nigga want to learn how to knock a nigga out his shoes, I can teach him that. Right? But he won't be able to touch his toes in the process. You see? So we've been acting like we've been advising men to do better. But we haven't been given tangible tools that they can actually implement. We've been just speaking in platitudes. So when we actually having a conversation now, people are like, y'all want to blame. Who gives a fuck about what the women are doing? That's the problem in the first place.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's better for us to build and talk about it because we can probably get something tangible. Because I could be like, Sean, now you should know what time it is when you go to the bar and she pretty. You could be as friendly as you want, but we're gonna get busy, right? We can hold each other because I know. You feel me? And it's not shade to women. Like when I say I don't give a fuck, but what they doing, right? The things that we can correct, like Kasim said, you'd be surprised what they apt to follow when they actually see it. But they can't identify leadership because it's not prevalent. Right. And so this is an actual conversation when we saying let's improve for real.
Yeah, I think the first important step to that is understanding that we're not okay. Men have to come to the understanding, like, listen, as much as I think I'm doing stuff, I'm moving this and I'm doing that. What I'm doing is I'm not okay. There's something within me. There's some things that I'm doing right that are not getting specific results, and I have to first of all understand where that's coming from. Have the humility to say, like, hey, like, you know what, man, there's some certain things about me. I can kind of know. I can say my little, like here on YouTube, people say their little slick shots and stuff like that, and they wonder why the other person gets offended. It's like, you could kind of watch your mouth a little bit. But I think that's where it comes from. And in my profession, I don't hold a blanket thing over all men because I know there are a lot of men that are not up to standard. I know there are a lot of men that fail, and I have to fire those men, right? So I just look at it in a totally different lens, and not thinking that every man is perfect and that he did everything wrong and blase. Because if he did more things right, and if he had gained all of these attributes that we talked about, stability and all those things, there's more chances that woman would choose to stay versus wanting to leave. And I think men don't want to do that. When they look at that mirror of themselves, they see how inept they are. They see the holes in their armor. They see how messed up they are. And that's hard to kind of look at in the freaking mirror. When you've been pumping yourself up like you Superman, all this time you got your boys, your cheerleading squad on the side of you, pumping you up like you Superman, but they know when you go home, they know what the real deal is. I think, this is a good conversation, that there needs to be a point where men have to start saying, hey, the faster and the quicker you understand how, and not to be naive to female nature, the better it is going to be for you. You just have to have to a level of acceptance. Like, listen, this is just how women are. They're emotional. They think this way. I can't just tell her one thing and walk away and think that she's going to continue. I have to continue to refresh. I have to understand that with women, I can't think about what I did for my girl on Valentine's Day because she can't think that far back. That I have to constantly be not proving myself, but constantly be doing things and showing myself worthy. That I can't worry about. Well, I took you to dinner like 5 weeks ago and hold that against her. But she's like, no, what have you done for me lately? So we have to get to a point of understanding how women are and using that to our knowledge to get what we want.
More, Aaron?
Yeah.
I think how we could connect more as men is if I think we need to realize that this is a generational thing. And I think that what the old heads need to realize, and even some unks, because even when I talk to my uncle, sometimes it took for my cousin who's his age to tell him about the shit that's going on outside. But when I was saying it, I was just some little dumb nigga that you ain't on your shit. You need to do better with these women. And what I think need to happen is I think that the old head men need to go out and really realize what these young men are dealing with. What type of women and how did these women shift on the men and how to change the way they approach. We can't keep doing what the old men of yesteryear was doing. We need to do something different because the women are going to keep changing on us. And this was in my notes from earlier. The older women are constantly telling the younger women how to change. They might not be listening, but they nitpick stuff from what they learn from the older women, and they change up on us all the time.
Okay.
But Aaron, I remember the conversation that.
Let me get Sean because Sean had got kicked off and his server. I just want to get him. Sean, what's popping, kid? Goody.
Antonio.
Y'all having a great conversation, man. I had a lot of thoughts when y'all were talking. And I guess in my head, I was thinking about it from the younger me versus the older me. And I think the way I hold myself accountable and I think about this is how are you showing up as a man? How are you showing up to the relationship space? Are we showing up as the more evolved version of ourselves? Are we showing up still on demon time? Are we showing up in a place where we understand what a relationship is and what it takes? And so if we are, then we would have to hold the man accountable by saying, who are you choosing? Where you shop your women at? You shop your women on Instagram based on who got the fattest ass? You know what I'm saying? Like, and if so, do you want what comes with that? Because if you're not choosing a woman as the evolved version of yourself, if you're not choosing a woman that's an evolved version, or that's consistent with who you are, then literally right there, you're the problem. And so once we get to the relationship, are we doing the things it takes to really build a relationship with another human being? And I've been transparent and saying most of my life, I didn't give a fuck about that. You know what I'm saying? You could say I was kind of doing it, but I was always, you know what I'm saying, having supplemental vagina. So was I really doing it? So it's like every time a chick blink too loud, I'm like, shit, I'm about to go fuck shorty. And so if we keeping it a beam, I don't hear enough of keeping it a beam right now about the nigga shit that happens, bruh. It's a lot of nigga shit that we be doing.
Sean.
Yeah.
It was somewhere. I forget where. But talking about keeping it 100, right? So I'm about to talk about something you said. So it was a conversation happening. Sean was talking about something, smashing chicks or something that we used to do when we was young, some young nigga shit, right? Or when we was young, whatever. And somebody was like, guys, we talking about smashing chicks at 40 or some shit like that, right? You know, on some high and mighty shit, right? When they already heard Sean talk about politics before, talk about money before, talk about, you know what I'm saying? Sean said, they got to talk about what I want to talk about. Right? Because like niggas act like you never been, like he talking about what he did. Like, you know what I'm saying? He talking about how you still got them urges.
Wait,
like,
exactly.
like that.
And I'm also saying it was a bad decision to Ariana's point out here. I'm saying like, damn, they telling me to do this, so I'm gonna do it. But it's like, yeah, that's what we was passing down, and that's what was passed to us, and we did that. And and you get stuck in that blender for years. For 20 some 30 years, I was in that blender. Just the best pussy is new pussy. So a lot of times we go into these relationships, and let's keep it a bean on this panel. Not saying we do this currently. Let's keep it a bean. A bunch of niggas around us, a bunch of niggas we know, have a chick, be married, whatever, nigga, and they still on nigga time, my nigga. And so, yeah, the chicks at some point, they gonna file for some shit, but if whole time, I know what I did and what I didn't do, my nigga. I know how I handle shorty. I know how every time she wanted to go on my phone, I'm like, damn, your ass tweaking. Whole time, I know it's some wild shit in my phone type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Jumping. Phone be jumping.
Exactly. I know I know she over that motherfucker. It's gonna be something much finer than her.
Yo,
now.
Sean,
You know what I'm saying?
Sean, you ever tried this one? Where I'm like this, I'm looking right in her eyes. Hey, listen, if it make you feel better to go on my phone, by all means. Right? I said my intention is not to check yours, but I understand. Now, in my mind, I'm like, oh, damn, she thinking he's so confident that why would I?
Your heart rate.
Hey, look, bro.
Your heart rate, 200 BPM.
Gaslighting was the word, bro. Before they put the tag on gaslighting, we did that shit for a living. You feel me? And so that's why I'm saying let's keep it a big. That's why I always argue that 70% shit, bro. Because I'm saying if I fuck 30 chicks during this relationship type shit, and you know what I'm saying, I'm always out late making up excuses, doing a bunch of wild shit. You know what I'm saying? You young, you might get burnt by a chick and act like your girl burnt you. A bunch of wild shit, bro. Like niggas do a bunch of nigga shit, my nigga.
This one Sean just be going.
Bro, why can't we keep this man, my nigga? Yeah, Sean. Problem too. I'm just saying, and I ain't looking at no chat, so I know it's niggas in the chat. This nigga, no, nigga, I'm not no simp, nigga. I've been a pimp my whole life, my nigga. I'm just saying, nigga, it's a bunch of terrible chicks out here that be doing dicks. They do, but it's a bunch of us nigga that be on bullshit, bro. We can't act like that's not a factor.
But Sean, if you had a young boy, I don't know if you have any nephews or little cousins that's like
mentees, a bunch of mentees,
right? So let's say they in they like mid-20s or whatever, and he with his shorty, and she's solid. Like he brought her around you, and she's solid. You gonna tell him to lock it down, or you gonna tell him stay your ass outside?
I tell them to lock it down all the time. I do it all the time. Now, whether they listen or not, that's on them. I can't control that.
Now, see, here's the thing. Most old heads is out here telling niggas to keep going. Or they telling you lock it down, but keep doing you, youngin, because you know, like that's what's going on.
Nah, man.
Where do you see? Aaron. I don't see these men that you're talking about. I hang around a lot of dudes in different calibers and different areas of their lives, and I don't hear them talking like that.
Well,
I hear them saying,
men, and you know that they got their shit together, bro. And that's another thing. We gotta stop acting like a lot of these niggas got their shit together. And
they don't.
They might got a job, but these niggas out here wilding. There's too many old head niggas in the black community that still want to run around here and be like they was in their 20s.
Yeah, I gotta run this meeting real quick. I'll be back.
But I think, Aaron, I think it's really important about who you get your information from.
That's
right. And those type of men that you get your information from. Now that we have social media and the internet, you have the opportunity to get in any type of circles that you want to in order to improve your life, improve, certain aspects of your character. There's plenty of information that you can get out here that I didn't have, growing up during my day. So I think it's a matter of, what you want to seek. And I believe that there's more positivity, that men speaking to men in more positive ways and trying to help them to be better men. I think that's going to resonate more. My boys is in this area. My oldest son will be 29 in August. My middle son, he'll be 27. And my youngest son just turned 25. And we have conversations about this, about what they were dealing with, with women and how they could navigate through this world and with these women. And based upon my advice and some advice of the other men, they're doing really pretty good. And I don't hear them saying all of these things that these men say. So I think it's really about, where you get your information from, the source of that information, and if that information has merit and freaking results, man.
Well, I want to get Terrence and True in. This cold starting to get to me now, fellas. I apologize, but this conversation is a good one, man. You know what I'm saying? We ain't made no determinations yet. We still conversing through it. Feel me? Terrence, what's popping?
going on, y'all? Good evening.
Matter of fact, let me do this.
Simplify.
Right.
Terrence with the $10 says, is there an inadvertent attempt to provide information with the requirement of control to implement an idea while not submitting to time to let information sink in? If so, why? If not, why not? So, Terrence, you might have to re-articulate this since you're on the panel now. Let me just read this. Thomas Ford says, stop it, him. I ain't do nothing. And Matreon, salute with the 20 bucks. Aaron, I'm confused. You said in the beginning that the old head said get married. Now you're saying that men are saying keep it moving. Which is it? I think CJ said that.
I was CJ.
Yeah. So T, you wanna go? You don't have to go on this premise. You can say whatever you was gonna say.
Oh yeah, the question is pretty much just based around. I think it's some information that's real good. Some of it's conflicting, but when it's high knowledge being dropped, little gems being dropped, is there a feeling of control behind it where it's like, I need you to understand what I'm saying so that you acquiesce to my mindset, right? And that's pretty much all that is.
Okay.
That's a great question.
I like that question. And I think if I were to answer quickly, I think the majority of it is to get people to either concede and then or still man your point, which I guess is kind of that, right? Like usually if I'm asking a person a question or providing them information, I want them to apply the new information they have and then come to a conclusion if it differs from the one they originally had, right? That means they did it themselves as opposed to trying to force them down the path. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm telling CJ in the beginning, Terrence, I don't know if he was here, I'm like, CJ, consider X, Y, and Z before you just reply. You know? And if they consider that, is their conclusion different? You know? But go ahead, Terrence. What else you want to comment on?
That was really it for the most part. I think a lot of the times time is required for some information to sink in because it's like I always come up here trying to study. You know what I mean? So it's almost like a forced expectation for a process that takes place for everybody. You know what I mean? As a solution. Like for example, Aaron 218 said he's taking notes, which is dope as hell. You know what I'm saying? I do the same thing.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily mean all the information is going to be adhered to or take a like to at that moment. But in time, you know what I'm saying? Continually studying and not only listening to the words, but seeing the emotion that falls behind it really gives us that ability to process our information and relate it to our personal experience. So for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, no, I think one thing I try to suggest is like, let's say you hear something, right, Terrence, that you don't agree with, but it's a good point, you know, something like that, right? Put it on your whiteboard and break it down. If you can't break it down, you might have to accept it. You know what I mean? Like that's how I like to understand things, right? If there's a skill that if I'm getting my ass whooped with a particular combo, whatever it is, and I can't seem to stop it, I'm implementing that into my game. That's usually how shit works. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, no, I hear you. True, what's popping?
What up, though? How you doing, family?
What's goody? You all right?
Nothing, man. How you feeling? You need to get you some like Theraflu or some Zycam.
Yeah, man.
Or some Tylenol Severe or something.
My wife just went to Pilates and she about to get the kids. It's movie night for them niggas, but that might cut movie night short so I can get some cheeks and go to sleep after I take this NyQuil.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Health is wealth.
In that order.
Oregano oil, golden seal, lemon, ginger, and whiskey.
Lion's mane, yeah, that works too.
Yeah, sound complicated, bro.
Yeah, him got to go to the store to get.
Yeah, if I gotta go to the store, nigga.
NyQuil it is.
What's up, True?
Nothing much, man. Great conversation overall. Been listening in. I think, and I've said this before in previous streams and even on my channel at once. I think that there is a disconnect between the older generation and the newer generation because the information is valid on both ends. The older generation, I don't think, gives credence to the condition of society now. What were conversations mid-century between males and females is very different than now. That's what I see to be the biggest disconnect. The women of today are very different than the women of yesteryear, mainly because of them participating in life differently. So old heads will give information, which is valid, but they're discounting the fact that they're not dealing in current conditions of what it is now. Women now think that because they showed up to the party of participating and being an adult, that they've actually done something more than what men have been doing. So you continue to have this power struggle of sorts. They can stand at you while you're running your own business, while you're accomplished and educated, and they work at Dollar Tree. But because they make their $12, $13, now they can come at energy because they're participating in the same game you're participating in. So I see the biggest disconnect is that at one time, women knew what men were and they respected it. That is no longer the case. And I think that that's where what I'm seeing is the disconnect. To Kasim's point, being an optimal man and being on your crap is definitely going to produce better results, but it does not necessarily remedy the social condition. And I digress.
Truth, let me ask you this. Even though the social condition may still be the shiny ball to them, but I'm just a big believer that masculinity is undefeated and they do it sometimes not even knowing that they're doing it right. I'm a big believer in paying attention to what their female nature will naturally do versus all those other things, and I try to focus on those things, and I teach my boys to focus on those same attributes, no matter what they're saying, no matter what society is doing, because again, there are men that are getting results because they are a certain attribute, and those women look up to that man, and those men want to be around, those women want to be around, those men. So I try not to have my boys focus on everything too much that's going on in society and what they're saying on Instagram and things like that, but getting them to understand and listen. When women start women, and they're gonna follow these particular attributes, X, Y, and Z, and you hold on to that because that's going to be a benefit for you in your profession. Right, how you carry yourself, people in your profession and your area are going to give you more favor. You're going to have more credibility. Your rep is going to be better, and by default, these women are going to naturally come along and just let that be the focus and not focus on what society does, because female nature is undefeated and they can't help masculinity. That's my just point of view.
Yeah, I'm not discounting that. That's I'm not discounting that. I'm not even saying you're wrong. What I'm trying to aid and edify to the conversation is that there needs to be credence to what you're saying to your sons. Totally 100% agree. But it does not absolve the conditions of society. It does not absolve that what you just said. You said it in all of your explanations, that women are going to constantly be distracted, that women are going to constantly be somewhat motivated by what is changing around them, because the conditions of how women process is that they don't ever want to lose. They don't want to miss out. They have FOMO permanently. We know this, right, being in. So that's on 100 though. That's never been a thing to where it's not changed. The suburban wife, the white picket fence, that's always been what women have chased and wanted. What is different now, however, is that they weren't competing the same way they're competing now. Back then, it was hardwired. You're a man, this is what you do. Now, women believe that they actually are men. They think that they actually are creating life and making it easier for us the same way we've done it for them. So you're battling your position. And I think a lot of you men said it without knowing you were saying it. Aaron said it earlier. In a household, she has to know what function is, position is. So you being a man is not enough. You being providing is not enough. You have to be operating in your masculinity to where she understands this is why he's disciplining the children this way. This is why he has this certain process of how our household works. Women of today do not know that in mass. They think pay the bills. And then when you can't, you're no longer man. Now I'm negotiating for my position now. I digress.
I think
so.
Just one thing real quick. I think all of that is true. Like, I don't see any reason to push back on it. I guess my only issue, not even an issue, just my observation sometimes, or my question is, are we, when we have these conversations, are we having the conversation in a way to rise to the occasion, or are we telling each other and the young boys this is an impossible mission? That's why I always get caught up in, because it's like when we discuss these issues, we discuss them ad nauseum, but then when it's time to talk about actual solutions that we all can kind of get around and figure out, then that's when everything gets real muddy things start to contradict themselves, and it's like we just kind of keep spinning the wheel. I think we all can acknowledge just from observation that things have changed tremendously in society. But again, the question is, are we equipped, or are we setting up a time where we can come together and figure out how to deal with this new problem that we're all facing? Or are we just kind of at the point where it won't change? That's why I get stuck.
So I put
It's happening right now.
So I put in my notes earlier before anybody had mentioned that. To True point, I put in my notes earlier, and then I'm done. I put modern women want to be the new grooms, but treated like the old wives. I had put that in my notes from earlier, and I don't think that's what a lot of old heads notice.
Here's a remedy, right?
Okay.
What's up, Rob? So essentially is this, and T, I think you were trying to say something too. I just want to say this quickly, right? When we're talking about what men are supposed to do, right? If you ask men to baseline it, we can't, right? What are men submitted to that ground them and keep them on a square that they refuse to move from, and that holds them ultimately accountable? What do we subscribe to?
Great point.
Right? Y'all know what I'm gonna say, right? But I'm gonna reserve saying it, right? And so if you don't have a baseline that is that in depth, that deep, and that unwavering, women will find fault and a hole in anything to try to get under your skin, not follow you, not obey, not whatever word that they don't like, right? Essentially. And so I think if men have that strict baseline for ourselves, you'd be surprised the results. But when we keep saying men are doing good what though? What do you call good? Right? Because it's so subjective, which is an issue, you know.
I think personally, I think the younger guys in a better position than the older guys, right? And the reason why I say that is because y'all are growing up in the time that we see now, right? Especially with technology, everything's advancing as fast as it can't keep up. But the major difference is women are out here making money in masses, right? And what men were typically, and it boils down to change management, right? For men in general. We're used to being the sole providers. We're used to, holding that over anybody's head that's being cared for. But there's also another element that, in my opinion, needs to be adhered to, right? And that's the emotional aspect. That's the ability to articulate what's being felt. That's the ability to know who we're talking to, when we're talking to them, to lead effectively. If you're a man that believes men are leaders, right? Because when those attributes aren't taken in, then it can come off like a controlling narrative. This is what it is. This is what it's going to be. And then you get backlash. I could do this on my own. I don't need you. Right. So.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got to break away, you guys. I got a last minute meeting at 6:00. This was a good conversation, man. I think more of this is needed, right? In order for us to give the young dudes a better shot of getting relationships and getting with women, because we know that's what they want and that's what we want. So you guys just go ahead and keep this up, man. I'll try to tune in from the clouds, man, but I got this meeting in about 5 minutes.
How old are you?
I'll be 54 in April.
And your sons?
My oldest son will be 29 in August. My middle son will be 27. My youngest son just turned 25 on Valentine's Day.
Appreciate you. Yeah.
All right, you guys.
All right, Kasim, be safe, bro. Hey, Rob, man, get in real quick. We about to get up out of here, kid. I'm drowning.
Man, I hope you feel better, man.
Yes,
what up, everybody? What's going on?
Good.
Excellent conversation. I think the only thing I have to say is generalizations. Lies when we say women, all women. I hear a lot of that. On their side, they say all men, or they say men in general, and you start talking past people when folks hear that. When you start saying all women this, all men that, or you try to use very high percentages to, even when you're talking to the young dudes, like when they hear that, then they just have this negative connotation about women. They think all women is this. Oh, and whoa, this old dude told me that all women ain't shit and they're gonna try to take your money. and leave you high and dry, cold in your drawers in the cold. So we got to start. Our language is probably, the old adage back in the day: sticks and stones can't hurt me. Was it was it sticks and
Sticks and
stones?
stones break bones, but
Yeah,
words don't hurt.
words do hurt, and words affect, especially impressionable minds.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about these young dudes be sitting there, be trying to get advice from the older generation, especially from an older generation that has been burned. Older gentleman that has been burned, and he giving advice to a younger gentleman, and he like, oh, don't trust these bitches out here. They ain't shit. So he growing up thinking, don't trust these bitches out here. Every woman is a bitch. So I mean, it's just gonna be a cycle, man, until we break it. Until we break it. For real.
Yeah, man.
Excellent conversation.
Perfect. Yeah, man, good shit, fellas. And I think we did a good job of staying on the topic, right? We understand that there needs to be improvement on all sides, right? So, but just in terms of the conversation that we were having all week, I was just mainly focused on just the kids, you know what I'm saying? So just what happened with those kids, the 4 years, and happened to those 2 kids that lost their lives in the cold, to the young guys not approaching. So when I had the young boy up here, he's like, the old head advice, they just need to be quiet. So I was just thinking about all of it, and how we approach, right? Because what we're doing seemingly isn't working, right? And so we have to look at it and assess it. So I think we did a pretty good job today. Even like how True just came up, Rob came up, Taryn, y'all came up on topic, like almost backtracked it to be on par with what we were initially talking about for the majority of the time. So I think that was overall good. Shad, I like your approach. I just think we got to kind of once we understand the actual problem, because there's so many of them, then we can start talking about actual solutions that could be tangible for the majority of people, to Rob's point. And I think generally speaking, Rob, I usually say all don't mean all, but to your point, people don't understand that, right? They'll immediately be like, not me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, all don't mean all, but people hear it and they be like, fuck out of here, right? Essentially, to your point. So I think that's pretty solid, for sure, man. Terrence, any final thoughts, Cuzzo?
No, not really. Not really. I think it's I think it's good conversation. I like you can see like an evolution, right?
Yeah,
it's pretty dope.
I agree. Like I felt that, no, for sure. True.
Yeah, no, you're doing your thing, Hamp. Great conversation. I think it was a good way to end the week. Definitely edifying the minds, man, early on in the year. So, and you can see, like Terrence said, the evolution. So I'm loving what I'm seeing. So keep it up.
Yeah, man. 100%, man. I appreciate. Well, I'll go last. Rob, you just kind of spoke.
Yeah, I'm talked out, man. But just everybody on this panel, a lot of the folks in the chat. I tend to go on the positive side of things, because I feel like if we got this community and I got another gun community on this side, and we talk positive about us and doing better for our people. So I feel like if we out here doing the Lord's work, then ain't nowhere to go but up.
It's a fact, though. Aaron.
So I like what you said earlier, Ham, about the Bible breaking down like a chain of command as far as teaching. You know what I mean? Like the OGs teach or advise the actual teachers, and then the teachers teach the young.
Mm-hmm.
I think implementing some of that, because there needs to be an adapter to translate the wisdom from the oracle level people to fit the operation of today. Because that software, they don't speak that same language, they never will. But people like you and myself can serve as an adapter, because we understand the esoteric, and that's just wisdom based, right? The old head shit, like 60, 70-year-old. The young guys need action, they need function. You said it all the time. You tell me to go to the gym, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Right? what do I do with that? So I think it's up to us, the 36 to 46, to be the adapter, to take sage wisdom from 60 and up and make it fit and usable to 20 to 30.
That's a fact.
Shot. Really great combo, fellas. I'll leave with this. There's a quote that says, "Youth is wasted on the young." So you know what that means. You know, as older gentlemen, giving grace. I think most people know what they know, but they don't know what they don't know what they don't know. And we all can bond and kind of relate on that factor. And that's young and old. We all still trying to go through life. All we have is perspective. We use information to add to our perspective, but it's really the only thing we can give. So if you give it with grace and compassion, I think most people, no matter their age, they're willing to hear you out. Whether they take it or not, that's a different story. But you know, we need to continue to build these bridges because you know time keeps ticking. So more conversations like this and help. I'm gonna start rushing for solutions. We said we still trying to figure it out. So I'm gonna just enjoy having the conversation. Then when it's time to switch to the solution, then we'll have that conversation. So I'm gonna stop pushing for that. Great conversation, y'all. Great conversation.
It was great. It was great. It was. I like it. I just like. Okay, we almost there, Shot. Aaron, little. Oh my bad, little Aaron.
I want to shout out the 4 groups of men that we've been talking about today. I want to start off with my late 80s, early 90s millennials, because they are some of the best fathers that I have seen. Most of the fathers that I know in my anecdotal life are not weekend dads. They got their kids all the time. Most of them got their kids more than the mothers. So shout outs to them. Shout out, we the big bros. You know, we in between all the generations. We kind of understand all of y'all. Shout outs to the so, you know, HAMP fantastic, you know. Y'all, you know, we listen to y'all, even though y'all, you know, may feel we don't. We hear y'all. You know, y'all the unks, and honestly, I think y'all need to, you know, get up a little bit more, realize that y'all the ones that need to take over from right now until, you know, the millennial, the big bros, until we get our heads on straight. So y'all in charge. And then I gotta shout out my young boys, the young niggas. They doing their thing. Like, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of my young niggas, they ain't doing 100% positive. They do a little bit of negative shit, but as they big cousins, they big brother, because I do have 2 younger brothers. I don't down my brothers. I don't down my cousins. I listen to what they talking about, what they going through life, and actually I give them their flowers because they ain't doing half the shit that I was doing. So because they ain't out here getting locked up, acting stupid, fighting with cops and doing all dumb shit, I gotta give them some type of grace. They doing their positive things. And for the old heads, Aaron, Chad, I don't know if you an old head. Rob Slice, I don't know if you an old head.
I'm only 43, born in 81, millennial.
So you know, so Kasim, Uncle Rick, Hank, all of y'all, shout outs to the old heads, man. It's a small group of y'all, and I think y'all need to figure out who of the old heads need to stay around, and the rest of them motherfuckers, throw them in the Atlantic Ocean, man. Fuck them niggas.
Uncle Rick is the $5 says, if she a good one, lock her down, hunker down, and get the fuck to work. We as men need a code of conduct, but I already said that already. Yeah, man. I think I heard this verse leverage, so I just want to do a little bit of edification. Y'all ever heard the verse where they go to Timothy 2 and they say, a woman should not teach nor usurp authority over a man, but to be in silence? Newsflash. The majority of men is right along in the crowd with the women. If you want to be the man that qualifies to use that verse, you have to do what is necessary. That ain't just because you got a penis, right? The men who are clergy, the representative, the warriors, they're held to a specific code of conduct, in which case they can leverage verses like that because they understand that those verses are benevolent in nature, right? And they also exuding the behavior that allows a woman to be in silence and be led benevolently. So I think before we use things, we have to make sure we qualify to use them, right? That happens with most things. So Let's keep grinding, bro. Let's keep grinding. You know, I appreciate y'all, everybody. Everybody be safe in the chat. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. My brother's on the panel. This is a hell of a conversation. Hopefully the playback on this one is tremendous because I think we got a little bit further than normally, even though I enjoy most days, you know. So I love y'all.
And you get some rest. Fight that sickness, man. Take care of yourself.
That's a fact.
Get better, Brody.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I'm gonna try my best, man. I'm gonna try my best. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Jump in the Discord. It should be fun in there for sure. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.